Okay, I'm recording. Uh, I've watched back a couple of VODs recently, and I've noticed that I say the okay, I'm recording bit so quickly that it gets cut off on most VODs. So, one would question the point. Oh, I should turn my fan off. It's not hot today, so I don't need it on. Ooh, 80 hours in Celeste. Unhero, thank you very much for the Lottie self-compliment. I think I am looking good today. Okay, I don't remember any of this. Let's see. Let's see how far we get. Oofta. Okay, I remember that room being like one of the nastier ones, so... Good luck 4B, thank you, Carla. Well, I didn't die in that room this time, so that's something, right? Okay, okay. I don't know, it always feels weird to compliment my appearance when people give Lottie compliments, but I need to hear it, you know what I mean? It's actually all coming back to me now. That was balls. Okay, let's just practice it. I think I missed the platform. I don't think I just did like a bizarre frame perfect jump. I think it was a wall jump. Nice look nice, and it's okay to acknowledge looking good? Exactly! I just feel like I worry people see it as a cop-out compliment when in reality it's one of the hardest things for me to say about myself. So, the real question of the day is, how is everyone doing today? Like, you can really, like, finagle to get that thing in there, huh? Like, it is gonna fit. I will make it fit. I did that about myself. See, it's hard, right? I shouldn't have dashed there. Okay. Then you're in this room, which I probably would have died here without the practice. Or maybe I'm just built different. Okay. There's no, I don't have the golden strawberry. Lottie! You walked off! I actually didn't think I was gonna make it anywhere, so that was a hopeless dash that turned out it would have been fine. Okay. I'm glad we're getting the diagonals eaten early. That way it won't be a problem later. Okay. That room was so scuffed. Never mind, we're still in it. You guys think I can do this? I don't think I can do this. Yeah, just to go back to the appearance thing, I think it's especially important for me to give myself whatever compliments I can right now. Really not in a good headspace at all. Okay, that one's fine. This is the one I never made it past. Probably because I do things like that. Okay. This room's not that bad, I don't know, I couldn't get past it in the Golden Strawberry runs. I think you can just do that. Okay. That was too fast. I'm not looking at what's ahead, I'm just rushing through because there's no consequences for death, and that's not helping. Then you go like that. I don't know, that jump just sucks. Let me try it how I was doing it the other day, because that was working. I thought I missed it. Bruh, this room is my nemesis. I can't do this room. I don't know why. Okay, I missed it, and I had to do it the other way, so let's try again. So I think I do want to go up top, and then here, and then jump down, then over there, then as this goes up you do that, then you run off, and you do that. Okay. Then we're in the Mario Maker room. Okay, Mario Maker room's apparently not very hard. This room is bullshit, but is it actually? I remember this one frustrating me a lot when I was first doing 4B. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Okay, it seems to be fine. If I get a room on the first try and it doesn't feel like super fluky, I don't really need to practice it. It's another checkpoint? That's crazy. I think I can salvage this. Yeah, we're good. Okay, that room's also fine. This room... Jump instantly off of that cloud, jump instantly off of that cloud, big jump there, big jump there. Jump instantly, big jump. Okay. I understand the theory, but I need to put it into practice. Not like that. So, the question of the day... I mean, it's really the question of every day, right? So it's kind of a pointless question, but how is everyone today? That room is fine. I want to do it again, though. I hit jump and dash. I didn't mean to, but I still did it. My thumb landed on the wrong place in the controller, which is extremely confusing. given that it's not like I have any real reason to move it, so don't know why that happened. 20 out of 80. You sound like someone trying to, in character, explain how their D&D, character is feeling HP-wise without, you know, accidentally saying real-world stuff. Oh, on a scale of 1 to 80, I'd say that I'm about a 20 right now. So I could do with a healing spell. Okay. What the fuck? Right. And up through there. That's a... This room has some weird jumps. Like the sort of jump where you're like, I don't want to make that jump. Do you know what I mean? Okay, the ending's fine. I want to do it again. All the more reason to do it again, right? Okay. So that Spike's hitbox is a little bit larger than it looks. I mean, it's not. I know how the hitboxes in Celeste work, but... Bruh. The room is... Yeah, okay, so just go like super late on that, because you have so much time. I had a nice dinner, mostly. I had a takeaway, but for some reason there was a shard of plastic just embedded in it that almost did. I mean, you can't quite see how sharp it is, but it almost shanked into my tongue, so I don't know about that. Personally, I think I would have preferred it without that addition. Like, maybe that's just me, but... That's it? I couldn't beat this last time? Was I stupid? Oh. Maybe I am stupid. I was about to say it's basically impossible to die in this room, so I'm glad I'm always happy to prove the haters correct. Had my D&D character who's in the astral ethers say, as we say where I'm from, I'm out of spell slots. I mean, spell slots must exist in universe though, right? Like, they must have an awareness of spell slots. To at least some degree. That room's gross, and I'm really glad it's at the start. If that room is later in the level, I feel like I would die there more often. Just from the pressure. I don't think we decided if that was canon. I mean... I don't know. I don't know how spell slots would work. Like, in universe. The thing I liked about 4E was the pair encounter spells. I've heard 4E had some really nice things about it, but it had a lot of things that brought it down. I believe 4E was something like it wasn't great for encounters, but it was really good for other stuff. Whereas 5E is basically like a big assumption that every single room takes place, or every single encounter takes place in a big empty room. Heavily catered to battle mat content? I don't know then. I've heard some. Maybe I'm mixing up with 3.5e. I thought 4e had something that like people really liked about it, but I can't remember what it was. When did I go here? Is it there? I think it's there. Yeah, it's there. Probably would have a better system if it didn't bear the mantle of D&D. I literally have no idea. I've never played 4E. I've pretty much only played 5E actually. Where you give non-magic casters a lot of abilities to use? Ah, well that'll be why it sucks then. Look, it's me, okay? I'm the one who always plays the human fighter. Because as a DM, I love it when someone brings a human fighter to the table. Because it's like, oh thank God, a face of the party. Bruh. I believe 1E had a lot of abilities for non-casters to use, but they were more like social ones. Like it was balanced around like fighters at high level got like castles and stuff. So they had like a social impact. Which is certainly an interesting way to do it. I don't know, I just remember our long-suffering DM at the time once did a one-shot where we all got to be level 20 characters. It's like, and I brought a barbarian along, but it was like, what was the point? What was the point? Because one of us played a wizard, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I can hit 5 times with my axe, but, you know, I'll probably miss a lot of them because of the high AC. Oh, the wizards just banished the encounter to the Shadow Realm. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm glad I'm here. To be fair, I say I always play a human fighter, but actually my longest running character was an Azamar Bard. So clearly I'm just as much a weirdo as anyone else. But to be fair, Azamar are basically just like people but sexy and blonde, so. Yeah, I need to save this. Well, that was the thing though, was that his character in our normal campaign was a high elf wizard. And for this one shot, he decided to bring along a high elf wizard, and it's like, come on man, step out of your comfort zone. Good luck, gamer. Thank you, Azalea. Oh, Azalea, how did your lesbian session go? Bruh. It always goes well? Hell yeah. And I definitely knew and did not infer that anyone else was doing some lesbian time. I promise. No, normally if I don't know the people I'm playing with, I make a human fighter because it's like, it's the safe bet. But if I know them, then I'll maybe make something more interesting. I mean, usually a bard, but like... I've been known to experiment. Good luck 4B Golden, thank you. Zevin, you've gained another R. Does that mean that you're Zeviner-er than you were before? Or does it mean that I need to get my eyes checked? I give it the hydrate, Zelia. Down to creating like different able characters, wings, teleportation, tremor sense. I loved the idea of being an Asmar who... Because I was trying to give that to the DM as an excuse to... as an excuse for random encounters. That was almost scuffed. That was scuffed. That didn't happen. That did happen. As an excuse for random encounters. Because my character's whole thing was that she didn't know she was an Azamar. You always had 2 hours? Okay, eyes checked it is. Worried about myself. Wait, is it that you don't have 2 hours on Discord? Is that? Nice run, thank you, thank you. Oh, Pokemon fact about Wugtrio. This is kind of a depressing fact. But Wugtrio might be the only Generation 9 Pokemon that has absolutely nothing going for it. As a result of it having the same base stats as Dugtrio, I actually think they're a little bit higher. They gave the poor thing just nothing. It has Gooey as an ability, which is like not helpful for something that has like 10 defense. Triple Dive has a chance to miss, even though there's like really broken stuff in Gen 9. It's just like, man, what did Wugtrio do wrong? It's like the only Gen 9 Pokemon that's like dog shit. I don't know why they did that to it. Extremely first draft design energy? Yeah, like... Wugtrio genuinely stands out by virtue of basically having nothing going for it. But as an interesting thing, I will say it is the only, I can't remember the official term because it sucks. It's the only convergent Pokemon that, has a different base stat total. Different base stat distribution to its, original. Toedscruel and Tentacruel have exactly the same stats, but Wugtrio and Dugtrio are different, which I think is interesting. It's also the only convergent Pokemon not to have a unique ability. Go girl, give us nothing! Okay. I think I go there? Yeah. It's a nicer fact than it fucking sucks. Sometimes, though, the fact a Pokemon sucks is genuinely quite interesting. At least I think so. I'm gonna have to play Pokemon again at some point, huh? I won't lie, I have been entirely putting it off. Hey, I made it! Hey! The impossible jump! It's definitely impossible. I definitely do not get it every time I practice. Fuck. It's fine. I mean, I will be doing Pokemon pretty much every day in October for my Locktober event. God, Spelunkalai, Locktober? What am I doing with my life? Okay. Is that what Locktober means now? No, this is different. This is Locktober with an E after the K. Because it will be Pokemon Nuzlocks, mostly. I will be doing a Nuzlocke in another game also. And I won't lie, the entire charity event came about because I was like, wouldn't it be really funny if someone did that? So here I am. Unsafe to internet search charity event? No, it's fine now if you live in the UK. So long as you don't give out any of your ID to any of the websites that pop up, you should be good. How dog shit a Cybersmith Nuzlocke would be? I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be that bad, right? Oh wait, no, there's only like 2 areas in that game. Yeah, never mind. You can just never ever ever let your Digimon die. Which is fine, because all you need is Thorny Jeff. I feel like it would come into some of the issues of the other game I'm gonna Nuzlocke. In that it's like, it's only at all anything if you impose external rules on it. Because I did watch someone Nuzlocking the other game once, and it was just like, bruh. You have grinded to the point where you take 0 damage from everything. What have you done? Me, I go, I take risks, I suffer the incident. That won't happen again. Ba, ba, ba. Sure. Overleveling is a good rule. Well, the issue is that only works in games like Pokemon where you see your opponent's levels, right? For other games, you just kind of have to wing it. I missed it? Bruh. Okay, I've never landed on that before. First time for everything, right? And the autism and ADHD are both correlated with premature death. Where are my Shinigami eyes? Premature death does not... Quark. Premature death does not innately correlate to... Shinigami eyes. Well, that sucks. Don't say I didn't try. I don't know why I didn't... I was holding the grab button the whole time. I'll need a replay of that. I probably wasn't against the wall or something. It was actually survivable. I tried the thing, I don't know. Most things are I mean, here's the thing, right? The optimal way to survive that would have been to not fuck up. However, you're talking to the person who did fuck up and therefore is unlikely to be able to survive it. Welcome way is the funniest way? I don't know, I'm currently going for the, you know, if I manage it, that's pretty great way. You ever forget to grab the strawberry? How long does it take you to notice? I have, in the past, forgotten. The worst offender was, I think it was 4C, actually. It was a C-side. It was either 4C or 6C, I couldn't tell you which. But I believe it was 4C. And I died, like, at the end and was like, wait. Where is Strubby? Oh yeah, when I went downstairs to get my drink, my mum was like, what's a strawberry? Like, it's a strawberry? She was like, Evidently thinking it's some weird sex term or something. That was a fuck up. I would like to say, I practiced this chapter again at the start of this stream, and just like last time I went, oh, that's it. It's short and easy. Yet for some reason, I'm still here. I seem to recall the Mario Maker room is basically like the last room, as far as difficulty is concerned. I don't remember what comes after it. But I'm pretty sure it's just like a big windy room, and then it's the heart room. To be honest, sorry, you were in front of it, why did you go below it? What's... Madeline Celeste, are you stupid? But yes, if I spend 5 hours today doing this and I get it at the end, I will be weirdly content, because that'll mean next time I can do farewell. Because I won't think, but I was so close to getting a golden strawberry, like I keep doing. I don't need to okay that room. That room's fine. This room's so weird. Yeah, okay. Just wait there for like a second. That means you won't zip past everything. Oh no, there's the cloud room! Oh no, no, that one does suck. Oh. I mean, it doesn't suck, it's good, but like... it's me, I suck. I don't know. I don't know why I can't at will. Like, I have to think super far in advance if I'm gonna go diagonally or not. And it's like... I don't know what that was. It's like a genuine issue because... I don't know. I just kind of wish the diagonals were a little bit less precise than they are. Or maybe it really is brain lag. I don't know. But like, I can do them at will. But if I suddenly need to change into doing a diagonal, I'm probably not going to get the diagonal. Bonk. Maybe I'm holding my controller wrong. It's like there has to be an explanation for why sometimes diagonals just don't happen. It is not anything to do with Celeste. It is something to do with me. I just don't know what it is. Okay. Diagonal, diagonal, diagonal. See, I can do them fine. But then for some reason there's some spots where diagonals seem to be harder. And that doesn't make a lick of sense. This is science I don't need to do. Just play better. Just play better, it doesn't matter. I still can't believe I managed that with not using a wall bounce at any point that one time. It's not really an achievement. It's more I was just being a big old dumbass, but it's kind of neat. Let's go back to that D&D story. The other thing that probably didn't help was with the level 21 shot is that the wizard character was like super min-maxed and Right, that's twice now that's happened, so that's weird. It was like super min-maxed and optimized, whereas my barbarian, I thought it'd be really funny to put most of his points into int. Which didn't really matter because there was absolutely no role-playing of any kind in the one-shot. It was literally just a battle, which I kind of wish I'd known about. But at the very least, I did get to rock up with 24 con and 24 strength. My DM looked at my sheet and he was like, I'm pretty sure those cap at 20. I was like, nope. Level 20 barbarians increase them both by 4. Allows them to go over the cap. But yeah, like, just had those and a ton of int from what I recall. I don't remember how much int he had, but it was like 18 or 19 or something. I have absolutely no idea what I had, like, quote-unquote planned. I think I just found the idea funny, and I think that was the extent of it. It's been a long time and I used him for a whole 1 session, so... I don't exactly remember if I had, reasons for the Smart Barbarian. Well, I do remember we got, after we defeated the enemy, by which I mean after the wizard yeeted it into the fucking Shadow Realm, we did get loot. But what I got out of the loot was a deck of many things, I think it's called. I'd forgotten this. The card I drew from it deleted me from existence. That's right. I forgot, that was my reward for having thrown my hand axes and missed them, because I wasn't allowed to start with a magic weapon or anything like that. So I just had to start with like basic bitch weaponry. And I couldn't hit a damn thing because my roll luck is terrible. And my reward for all of it was that my poor ass character got fucking erased from the timeline. Oh, I did the impossible jump. Okay. I don't know why I even bother telling D&D stories. Because I remember I used to know someone, and her one story that she told me eclipses all other D&D stories to the point where they're all completely purposeless. She was playing a character who was a centaur, but she actually had in her backstory that her mother was a human druid and her father was a horse. It's like, I don't know why I bother with anything. Like, you peaked D&D, you did it. There's no point in anyone playing anything ever again. That's a classic! Oh, people do that all the time at my table. I think my favorite thing about centaurs is that mechanically they can ride each other. They're able to carry a creature that's medium or smaller on their back, but centaurs are medium. It just reminds me of that one Fire Emblem comic. About the idea that, because most classes get a horse when they promote, the Cavaliers should just get another horse. Okay. Don't do that again. Yeah, no, that was too slow. Is there something wrong with my microphone? Okay, I glanced at chat, I saw the word ovipositor. I'm terrified. But a ranger whose animal companion was named Goose. He was actually an oviraptor! That's so much better, that's so much... I didn't know where the other word was going, but I knew it wouldn't be anywhere good. I don't know, I feel like most of my characters are really normal, but when I DM, I tend to have really weird NPCs. I once had a group of players who were, really not willing to grab onto my plot hook, to be quite fucking honest with you. And clearly just wanted to kill things. So even though I'd set them up a sort of mystery to start the thing off, they weren't bothering to piece any of it together. So I just had to introduce an NPC out of nowhere. Called Nigel the Knowledgeable. And this was a fucking stupid thing for me to do. Because naturally, the first thing they did was they adopted him. They fell in love with Nigel, and they took him with them everywhere. Oh, we looted some healing potions? Give them to Nigel, make sure he survives. Make sure every single doorway has an exit plan, just in case things get gnarly and Nigel has to get out of there. I guess at least they were engaging with it in some way. But mostly, like, Nigel was... I'm gonna be real. Nigel was created so that I could just, in character, tell them where to go. And he wasn't even that knowledgeable. He called himself that because he lived in like a little countryside town and that's what everyone called him. But in reality he only knew like things about the townsfolk and local wildlife. And even then his knowledge was like, there was no scientific basis to it. It was shit he'd observed. Similarly, at one point I created a merchant NPC. Well, then people make people fall in love with the guy from Terraria. No, Nigel spoke like this. He had a sort of nasally accent. And I feel like that's a big part of why they just immediately fell in love with the guy. They also all told me that they read him as being autistic, and therefore they found him super relatable. But at one point, they needed a caravan. I don't remember why. So, in an attempt to not fall under the same mistake as before, I made an NPC this time who actively hated them. A merchant called Anya, who started out accepting of them, so long as they were willing to give her some money. But very, very quickly grew tired of their bullshit. Unfortunately, it turns out they love that too. I think just in general, what D&D players like is they like NPCs that you just made up 5 seconds ago. Not any of the ones you've actually planned out. None of that. So as a result, Anya, the merchant that hates the party, became an unfortunate reoccurring character who would show up every now and then and be like, oh god, not these guys. But she'd still be willing to ferry them places because they had more money than anyone else in the land. I want to say she was a turnip merchant. Like, that was what I'd created her for. It was just like, oh, she sells turnips. Like, I couldn't think of anything. Ooh. Save for business and cabbages, that's true. Unfortunately, she could have been a cabbage merchant. Okay, clearly I'm not getting something. Like that recent D&D movie, it seemed like I had elements of that sprinkled in, but not in a way to take you out of it. Birdman Jonathan. That's a peak named in a panic name. I didn't see the D&D movie. I do remember creating a, Wow, I am out of my D&D touch. What are they called? Oh my god, the bird people that can only speak in sounds. Oh my god, oh my god. It's gone. It's completely gone from my head. Kenku, thank you. I created a Kenku NPC once. Because, you know, they needed people to go up against because they decided to enter an archery tournament. They can only speak in sound, so like, speaking? No, like they can only speak in onomatopoeia. Chad, it's instant ramen for dinner tonight? Oh, hell yeah! Yeah, ramming it in. Yeah, they can only mimic sounds. So, I needed to create NPCs really quickly for an archery competition. And I was like, there's a small birdman, but he rolled really well in all of his things. So I had to come up with a name for him, and I really liked the idea of his name being Twang, but he just said it as the sound of a bow firing. Like the sound, the twang. I thought that was neat. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. He became weirdly relevant, but this was an opposite. This was I fell in love with the NPC I created. And by God, they were gonna see him. Bruh. Dash too early there. Okay. The well-developed characters already have their place in the story. Last-minute NPCs don't have that, so they can be safely be adopted to the DM's consternation. Think of the stretch, Mindslave. That is true. And as a result, I fell in love with Twang, and I worked him into the backstories of some of my other characters. Eventually it was revealed that Twang was actually, he had been cursed. He was not in fact a Kenku by birth. He had been born an elf, thus the archery. And it actually turned out in the end that he was one of the player characters' like dads who she had thought to be long dead. But no, here he was a birdman. I really like some of the backstory stuff I wrote for that. I forgot we have an ad, so I'm supposed to be stretching my fingers and not playing Celeste. It's a big problem when the game is good, is that you want to play it. Got a chance to play D&D when I was younger, all sounded super fun. It was alright. The problem is that the majority of players don't want to engage with anything, they just want to, like, kill things. Which I feel like is why 5e was such a success. It's because 5e is just kill things simulator. I do have a D&D stream thing that I would like to do. I have some people in mind, but I haven't asked them. I could put loads of pressure on and ask one of them right now, but I won't. It's been something I've wanted to do since before I was even streaming. And besides, it's me, you know, you can... Like, I would never do anything weird and bizarre. I don't think of other NPCs I came up with. Oh yeah, there was one. There was a noble lady. One of the people at my table's human fighters, which, you know, thank you for showing up with a human fighter. You're my favorite. Would flirt with on every occasion, and it felt kind of awkward. But it didn't ever reach like weird territory. Yeah, that's right, because I gave her a Southern American accent, and that was why they liked her. That was like the only reason. I don't even remember her name. I didn't even think she had a first name. I think she was just Lady something. The problem with D&D is that I'm a decent DM. Bruh. Lottie. No. No! I'm a decent DM, but I'm not a, I'm not like a great DM, and I feel like as a result, people are weirdly picky about them, basically. People are super picky when it comes to their DMs, and they don't even realize it. But, like, players will have a lot more fun pointing out bizarre plot holes that you didn't even realize than they will, like... How did you do it twice? Okay, don't do that again. Than they will doing anything else. It transcended the need for first names of the Power of Wealth. She wasn't actually that rich. And she revealed later on she was engaged to, like, this horrible guy. I think the party killed him. I can't remember. Oh, I remember why she was introduced. They needed to buy a pendant or something like that. I can't remember why that was. So I created this random ass noblewoman. Like, I was the sort of DM who would, if it was, like, not a massive pain in the ass to do singular sessions with individual party members, if it needed to be... Like, if they had an actual in-character good reason to go off on their own, for a short period of time. I didn't like doing it. But there were times when it definitely added to the story as opposed to taking away from it. Because one of the things that my DM used to bug me with is that it's like, okay, the rest of the party just got, like, the nice village lady that agreed to come with me and live a life with me, killed. I want to leave them and march off into the sunset. They'd be like, no, you gotta stay with the party. It's like, there's no reason for me to do that. They're just the worst. Honestly, should have told me a decent amount about my friend group that, like, the goodest character you'd get would be, like, chaotic neutral. In fact, I believe by the end, the other three were all using chaotic neutral characters, while I was lawful good. And it just became very, very, very difficult to actually justify why I was anywhere near them. And I was trying to justify a lot of things, like, you know, with, oh, the Azamar leave out, they send out, like, quote-unquote signals of good that monsters really hate, so they seek them down, because there was something like that in the lore. And you're also able to speak to me in my head, because they have like a celestial being talk to them. So you can literally metagame, if you need to tell us where to go. And the DM just never touched any of it. It's like, oh, okay. I gave you all these outs and you didn't take them. So in the end, I just had to retire her as the mayor of a town somewhere. I had wanted to work in plots where, because the party had, like, befriended a doppelganger. So I wanted to work in plots where he was actually the one that was the mayor, and she was sneaking away to do adventures because the voice in her head kept basically screaming at her to go and do good in the world. But it was just like, ah, fuck it. It's not worth it. Not with this party of clowns. In groups that I've said I'm okay role-playing in an evil party, but I don't have a specific character of mine to be evil. Or evil, but we are the good guys with bad means. It was just like... I don't know, it was like... You can't have one person who literally has a voice in her head constantly telling her to do good and to do good things, while the other members of the party are, you know, the kind of people that burn down orphanages. Mr. Nice, Mr. Mean, and Mr. In Between. My character wanted to leave the party because I didn't really have anything to do with their mission. My GM worked with me to introduce a new character. It was more the case where... Because in that case, I would have preferred massively to retire the human fighter that I'd been playing. When, like, the girl of his dreams died. When I did it individually, it was in that one with the plot hook that the party wasn't willing to grab onto. I was actually doing it with two different groups at once. I was doing the same campaign. Just fucking exhausting. But at the start, once they had finished the mission in the first place, one of them was like, well, I'll just go off and do my stuff then. It's like, you're right, you would just do that in character. He was like, yeah, but I kind of like the character, so what do? And so basically I put him ahead of the party. I had him go a little bit further ahead and then get possessed by a ghost and trapped in a haunted castle, which they were going to have to visit because an NPC would show up and be like, you know, fucking help me. I got to do little things like that. I only did them in situations where it added, though. I would never... I didn't really want to take anything away because it's like, D&D is... I feel a lot of people don't appreciate that the several hours of session that you get is not all the time the DM has to put into it in the week. So you show up with people being like, I don't remember what we did last week, and it's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to fucking study, because, like, my god. I do remember what you did last week. I don't remember what my spells do. If you're new to D&D, if you've never played it, I beg of you, I beg, don't play a wizard. Don't do it. Don't play a wizard on your first time. Don't fucking do it. It's so tedious to have a new player be a wizard. Because you get access to, like, all the spells. The way that you have to prepare them is obnoxious and time-consuming. The amount of them you have to read through is obnoxious and time. It's terrible for everyone involved. Don't do it. There's plenty of classes. Don't do that one. I'm not asking. I'm demanding. Experienced clerics are worse because it feels like there's a bigger spell book. I don't know, clerics though, the thing with clerics is that you get, your domain gives you the spells that are like, you're pretty much gonna need, right? Generally with cleric it's like, okay, I want healing spells. And like a damage spell. Whereas with wizards it's always felt to me like, here's all the fucking spells, you choose them and then from that list you've chosen you get to choose some every day that you can cast. So it's like you've got multiple choices and it's just, I don't know, maybe you're right about clerics. I've never had a cleric be as big an issue though. Whereas any time I have a new player who's a wizard, I want to tear my eyes out. Maybe it's because the kinds of people who want to play a cleric are like the kinds of people who are like, I want to be the healer! And so therefore they'll actually cooperate with anyone trying to help them. Whereas the kinds of players who want to play a wizard are the kinds of players who want to play a wizard. Oh, well yes, my character's the smartest person in the room, so I don't need help making him. But he's the smartest person in every room. Maybe it's just personal experience. I don't know. I've never once had someone say, I'm gonna play a wizard for my first time and think, that's the best. That's the best thing you could do. Thank you. Don't get me wrong, I've never actively told a player not to pick a certain class. That one time someone tried to bring a class I'd never even heard of to the table. What is it? I forget what it was. So they showed me the lore for it and it was like, oh, there's only like 10 of these. It's a class and a race. And it was like, what the fuck is going on here? No, no, you can't do that. It's weirding me out. It's harshing my mellow. I remember actually hosting a one-shot with a friend of mine who'd never played D&D. Just to test like a section of the campaign out for a future group. because they didn't really want to be there for like a big group session. It was like, well, you want to play D&D, so do you want to maybe help me test this out? And they were like, oh yeah, yeah. But it led to some really awkward moments where it was like I described, it was like set in a port town, and I described some things that were in the distance, and they were like, oh, I want to take a boat over to that rock, and I was like, I can't let you do that because I need to test out other parts of this, and like that is where it ends. So that's really awkward. Yeah, it was like, ah. Well, whoopsie doodle. They were way more invested in it though than the actual group I ran it with was. The concept was that it was a port town where people had been visiting but then going missing. And so the party had been sent there to figure out why. The problem is that the party didn't interact with any of the stuff I was doing. Like there were things like, you know, oh, as you're pulling in, you start to pass by a guardhouse. Fuck. But suddenly you're stopped. And they were like, what? Just like, yes. And the carriages like just stopped moving. They were like, well, that's weird, we didn't stop it. Oh well, it started again. Whereas the individual person was like, huh, how perplexing. It was literally the meme with the circles on the triangle conveyor belt. Right? The group was just like, huh, I guess we do in circles now. Whereas the individual player was like, well, that's mighty curious. I didn't explain it super well right there, that sounded like garbage, but yeah, basically frequently some fog would roll in. And then they would find themselves in basically a slightly different situation than the one they had just been in. And they were going around the town talking to NPCs. All of whom were like, no, there's not really, no one's visited here in years. I'd be like, okay, well, that's weird. And said NPCs would be weird themselves. Like they'd just be like single women living alone in like much larger houses than they needed. There were like tons of rotting fish at the pier that fishermen were bringing in, but no one was selling. Full of weird stuff like that. I had a few moments, like one of the characters tripped over something at one point, but wasn't too sure what it was, and thought that they just tripped over nothing. Like I say, my players just thought I was being obnoxious or that I was stupid. But the individual person was like, perplexing! I must investigate! It was a much more enjoyable experience. was one time when a character knocked on a door, and then the next thing they knew they were inside the house. There was a smashed glass on the floor. And then at the end, when they finally went to that strange rock that I had mentioned and probably shouldn't have, bruh, impossible jump. They found a corpse with one of the same badges that they had, one of the royal seals. They were like the royal investigators, I think was the plot hook. That was how I was able to just get them out doing things. Impossible jump. It's impossible. Yeah. And again, the individual player was like, curious, must be a fake of some kind, must be, something is going on here. Whereas the group was just like, you said people hadn't been here for years? None of us recognize him, so that's weird. Idiot. Anyway, the creature that I had created that was causing all of this, I had taken the concepts of sirens from mythology and I'd created a monster that appeared as a beautiful woman, but with like long, sharp, tenderly things. But the whole point was that her song removed the memories of people from those who heard it. And that while the party was there, they'd actually lost one of their party members. I wanted to really utilize that concept to its fullest and actually involve the... Because like normally the problem with things like that in a role-playing scenario is that like if you just tell a player, oh no, you don't remember that, they'll be like, yeah, I do. Like, they can't forget it. So I had to have it that the players themselves didn't remember, and that was why things weren't quite making sense. Like, what had happened at the guardhouse was they'd stopped to talk to the guard, who had then been spirited away by the song. A similar thing had happened when they'd knocked on that one door. And they'd even lost one of their own members, and that was why... But when they eventually went back, and the king was just like, oh yeah, you know, well, make sure that you send the other guy in to... Bruh. She sent the other guy in to get his reward. They were just like, there is no other guy? Dumbass king. Dumbass DM. Whereas the individual player was like, oh, I get it! It was like... doing them in the order where, like, first of all I was doing it with someone who appreciated everything I was doing, and then switching to people who just thought I was a fucking moron, was really disillusioning. I actually liked that that concept so much though that I eventually brought it back for a completely different campaign with completely different people that had no connection to the first one, because it was just like, you know what, someone's gonna fucking appreciate this. And some members of that group did, and it was like, yes! I knew it was good! I knew it was half decent! Yes! I mean, of course, now that I've said it on the internet, I can never use it again, but, you know. I had my success moment. And that's all that really matters. It's just bothersome how much some players will immediately assume that you're a dumbass. And that there's no other explanation for what's going on. Scenario with the memory racing sirens very familiar, don't detail missing part, remember? I think I've told it before. It's also probably, I'm gonna be real, not the most original thing in the world. Like, that's the issue with D&D, is everything's already been done 17 times over. But if it was in a film or something, I've not seen it. I've just always found the concept of sirens to be absolutely fascinating. And I really wanted to do way more with that prospect. It was a Tumblr post. A hat. That's from False Hydra. Yeah, one of my players did bring them up. I forget what the deal is with the False Hydra, though. It grows heads for the amount of people it eats or something, right? It is a memory erasing creature, though, so it is that. At least I think it is. I seem to recall it being one. That's the player bringing it up. But I wasn't able to find it in any official things. I think it's a homebrew creature. I had to completely stat my... I had to stat my siren myself because the sirens that actually already exist in D&D were not suited to what I wanted. The individual player was smart enough to go in wearing earplugs too. That was a cool one. Which is the only reason I even remember there was a song involved. Until I mentioned the earplugs, I had it in my head that it was the fog that was erasing the memories. Huh. Medieval old-time earplugs? They tore off bits of their clothing and just stuffed those in their ears. I like mimics where the treasure chest isn't the whole body, it's the lure and you don't see the rest of the anglerfish till it's too late. That is a cool concept. I like mimics that aren't treasure chests. I seem to remember I did that to my players. It was in that castle I mentioned earlier. I had a room with a treasure chest, but the treasure chest was fine. But one of the tables, or the bookcase, something was a mimic. And it was a right dick move in me. Because when they opened the chest, they're like, oh, okay, this room's safe. I believe early edition mimics were, smarter, right? Like, you could communicate to them and stuff, and they would tell you the layout of dungeons. Because honestly, I can't really figure out why a creature would willingly live in a place where people never visit. I just feel like mimics would be more successful if they lived in towns, you know? In fact, in general, it's awfully kind of monsters in D&D to, like, not take over towns. Yeah, they might get the odd goblin invasion, but they're never gonna have to deal with anything that, like, basic bitch guards couldn't realistically do. And for your treasure chest, seem more compelling, it's the kind of mimic that imitates a person. I feel like if you're gonna go that route though, you may as well just use a doppelganger. I haven't fucked that up in ages. I still got it. I do think it's really funny that ghosts in 5e were balanced around the idea that everyone's playing a high elf all the time. It's like, ooh, fail the saving throw? Ah, you age 1d4 times 10 years! It's like... Ugh! Impossible run. Can't be beaten. Like, when I included the ghost for the entire purpose of the possession, I just omitted that ability because it was like, fuck that noise. I'm not gonna just screw over one of my players because they fucking missed a saving throw. That's so messed up. Especially since one of them was playing an old lady. Like, should've just died. Yeah, you're level 2. Pass this saving throw or perish. Doppelganger, small part of a larger organism? Oh, you're still using the anglerfish idea? In that case then, yeah, I suppose that's cool. I feel like a mimic should... that's like a full room though. That's like a full-on boss fight, no? I mean, how do you even get out of it? I feel like once you've stepped in, you're already dead. I did the thingy. I did the thingy. Chat, I'm gonna be so real. I'm starting to think that 4B is impossible. Please ignore that whenever I practice it, I get through basically the entire thing without dying. For some reason, as soon as this golden strawberry enters my vicinity, I can't do 4B. It can't be done. This is my greatest shame. And I've done some shameful things in life. But the fact I can't get 4B Golden, that's the one that'll haunt me. That's the one that they'll put on my gravestone to mock me after I die. Here lies Lottie, 2004 to 2026. She couldn't beat 4B. LMAO loser. That's what lies in my future. Terrifies me. I'm a bit confused at how many times I've done that mistake. That feels like the sort of mistake you maybe make once and you go, huh, that was really weird of me. I hope I never do that again, because that was embarrassing. I've done it like 4 times, and I don't know how. Well, that one's new. I'm always happy that the majority of this is autopilot at this point. I just need to start, like, doing well. Do you know what I mean? Okay, then we've got the big room, or the big block, the tall block. I don't know. 4B, it's not possible. This is the level that all the Celeste players are like, yeah, this is the hardest one. 6, 7, and 8B, farewell. 4B, that's the tricky one. Pro Celeste players actually dread this level. Many of them say it's the only one they actually can't consistently do. Touting such things as, honestly, I really don't know why, it's just hard. Yes, that was me failing to come up with a single difficult room in this entire level. Why do you ask? Couldn't even finish my bit. Section 1 is fine. Section 2 is also fine. Section 3 is the only one that has, like, a difficult bit. And I don't remember what the difficult bit is right now. Okay. Oh, this room's not, like, free. It's not hard, but, you know. It's, you can mess that one up pretty easily. Okay. And this is where I made it on my first attempt, so clearly there's no excuse to die any time before this. My first attempt today, not my first attempt overall. And then you're in section 3. So where are the deaths happening, Lottie? Ah, yeah, this room. That's right. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Here it is, the impossible jump. Good God. Right, tape into section 3. I can't, this is embarrassing. I mean, this is what I mean. If I don't have that golden strawberry, these jumps, so fine. So fine. The finest. Good. Okay, so what is causing my death there? That's what we need to figure out. Not can I do it, because we know I can do it. Am I not jumping far enough off the right? Is that it? Am I dashing too early? Maybe a combination of both. It's so easy! That jump is so easy! I don't know why I can't do it. Hey, it wouldn't be me if I didn't die right there. This is not a great situation. Did fine with it though. Do that room again. Okay. And the goal makes the player perform 3 times worse. It's true, it's the statistical impact it has on you. It just makes the game impossible. I mean, I can do this room. I just need to find a consistent way to get the platforms in a nice place. That's not it. That's the opposite. That's the worst. That was awful. Okay, Lottie, you have to land here. No, that doesn't work. Right. Those two cannot be perfectly parallel. Okay. Again. Okay, one more time. Okay, 3 times in a row. Good. That room's really easy, which is weird because I struggled a lot with it my first time. This room's also not bad if I recall correctly. I'm wrong. No, I'm fine. No, I'm not. Right. Buddy. Okay. That room's fine. Do it one more time. Okay, yeah, that room's really trivial. A mine in section 4. Orpheus has returned from Orpheus has returned from garbage duty. Welcome back, Orpheus. This room has wind. Did you know that? Apparently I didn't. Okay. Oh, this isn't you. Don't. I mean, this is all you. Bruh. I didn't mean to go through, but whatever. Okay. I do find that jump hard. I won't lie. Like, we all know I'm pretty bad at cloud jumps. Okay, again. Okay. So how was the garbage, Snarfy? That was fine. And then we're in this room, which is really cool, but not difficult. I actually really like this room. You wouldn't think I would, because it's a wind room, but I do. And then you're done. Because you can't die in here unless you're an absolute moron. Not directed at past me in particular or anything like that. So where are you dying? It's all really easy! I have to walk across my complex drop and the weather's very pleasant. Oh true, you're... I do kind of miss living at university and getting to go to the garbage room. In my first year, it wasn't so great. You had to just go outside and there was like a big lock-up thing where you took them all. But in my second year, I lived elsewhere and we had like an actual bin room at the bottom of the stairs, and it was also like, But my third and fourth years, now they were peak. In my third and fourth years, I lived in a really nice looking building. I mean, okay, or rather, a really nice looking flat. The inside of the building looked like the fucking hotel from The Shining. And it was terrifying to walk down because it had those automatic sensor lights, rather than the lights being on all the time. So, yeah. Yeah, as soon as it sensed someone going through a door, it flickered on every single light in the hallway from the door that they'd come through, and it was just like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to light up like you're in a horror film. But the actual, the apartment was really nice, and we had a bin shoot. It was so cool. It was just the best. It's like, oh, whose turn is it to take out the trash? Oh, I think I'll do it. I get to put things in the bin shoot. So satisfying. Die with the golden because it's heavy. Madeline Celeste just... She cannot bear the weight. Come on, build up that core, Madeline. You've got this. I'm a nap now, you can get it now. Oh, 22, we were talking about you earlier. No, we didn't mention you by name, but we were talking about criminals that we know. And I brought you up. I hope your nap was enjoyable. That was a nothing bit. That wasn't even a bit, that was just an insult. It can't be done. That jump is impossible. It's the impossible jump. Something about the game, when you have a golden strawberry, something about the game changes. You would tell me there was something wrong with my mic, right? There's lead in them golden strawberries. That explains Madeline Celeste's lead paint stare into Theo's selfie camera. I mean, in reality, right, what's happening here is there are two rooms in this level that I struggle with, and they're right next to each other. That's why practice runs are able to go by super smoothly, because every other room is pretty much fine. But there's just those two rooms that it's like, I don't know what it is. I thought that spring would get me. I don't know why I thought that. That's not on the game. That was actually a speedrun trick. That's called Miss the Spring skip. And it's actually not done by most speedrunners, because it actually loses you a lot of time, because you have to go back to the start of the level. But some of them, like me, you know, we like to work it in every now and then. Shakes up runs. RNG minute? Yeah, that also. I do love that one clip of Werster, the Pokemon speedrunner, accidentally depositing two Pokemon in his PC and needing to withdraw one of them. But he doesn't even for a second admit that it's a mistake. He just goes, ah, that was an example of a double deposit. And if I do the double deposit just right, then it means that I won't get any encounters in this next route. And he didn't get any encounters in the next route. And he's talking bullshitly about the double deposit, and then when he gets to the end of the route, he's like, see right there? Perfect double deposit. It's like, damn, I wish luck would be on my side when it would be funny. Okay. I just did the normal vanilla strategy of landing on the spring there rather than jumping into the void. Like I said, it is technically faster to hit the spring rather than to die, but I don't know, it doesn't have any pizzazz, do you know what I mean? Bruh. Okay. No, I tried. I'm trying to do the tech from 1A dashless. Like the void jump strat. Well, just for you, I did it again right there. That's a slightly different skip. That one's called bubble skip. And the main difference with Celeste's bubble skip when compared to the bubble skip in Spelunky 2 is that the bubble skip in Spelunky 2 almost always gets you killed, whereas the bubble skip in Celeste always gets you killed. That was also a speedrun trick. That was called Jump Into the Fucking Spikes. First discovered by Mr. Peanut. In his playthrough of Celeste, where he was trying to jump into all the spikes, I'm not going anywhere with that. That's as funny as that bit's getting. I'm only human. And Mr. Peanut, shame about that drunk driving incident. I shouldn't laugh at that. Many people were killed. I used to have a long-distance girlfriend. I say as though I don't currently have a long-distance girlfriend. But she lived in Rhode Island, which has a population of like 6. I don't think that was actually relevant to the story, but I remember she used to tell me she was doing driving lessons, and I would ask, oh, are you doing driving lessons to drive, like, are you training to drive a car, or are you going to become a speed bump? Because she was quite short. And over the years, we've shared, like, a message. Like, 3 or 4 years will pass, and we'll send a message. And she threw me off by referencing the speed bump thing the last time we spoke, and I was like, holy shit, I forgot about that. The one I remember, the one I always referenced, is whenever I would speak to one of our acquaintances, is I would say, oh yeah, tell such and such that Jelly has just crushed bees. Because that was one that we had. Where I DM'd her once saying, Jelly has just crushed bees. And she was like, what? And I had a few people DM her and be like, oh, Jelly has just crushed bees, by the way. If it wasn't obvious, I have been just as funny for my entire life. I plateaued at like 4. Meow? Meow, meow, meow. Hello, silly kitty dolly. How are you this beautiful day? Oh, never mind. It's an ad. Okay, hand stretches. Is that the fact you'd tell if I asked for the Jellicent line? Yes. But yes, what was it? Yeah, oh, I wouldn't have even been 4, I would have probably been younger. Think of the stretch and hydrate Mindslaver. My uncle once told me, he was like, yeah, you know, when you were a child, you told me a joke. Like, you'd come up with it all by yourself and you thought it was the funniest joke ever. And I was like, oh, okay. And so he told me it. And he was like, oh yeah, so why did the apple fall out of the tree? And I was like, I don't know. And he was like, because it wanted to. And as a child, you thought that was the funniest thing. You would tell it and you would laugh so much. And it's like, ah, okay. I peaked young. Think of the hydrate. My assumption is that I'd read the why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side, and I was like, that's a banger. I'm gonna do my own take on that. That's some peak shit right there. Gonna make my own version. Why do apples fall out of trees? Has anyone ever studied that? If not, someone should really get on it. Chat, let's be real. Let's be so real. I should quit Celeste and become a Snakes and Ladders streamer, shouldn't I? think you call it chutes and ladders in America, because Americans don't understand what snakes are. You do checkers instead. Checkers actually requires brain power though. Full-time spelunking. I think if I had to do full-time spelunky, I would have already jumped out of my window. I love spelunky. I really, really do. I really do. However, spelunky's a little bit like heroin, right? If you have too much spelunky, you start to think, okay, this isn't feeling so good anymore. Spelunky's like 1850s slang. Yeah, boss! Had that happen with heroin? I've actually never done heroin. Oh my god! She's going warp speed! So I lied? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, which is weird because I grew up in Glasgow. Scotland, so... it's a little bit weird of me to have not at least tried heroin at one point. Like, everyone in school was doing it, all the teachers. But I don't know, I never found the time, really. Like, I always felt like a little bit of an outsider, but... I don't know. My parents would, I'd have to sit in my living room, look out at the window, at all the other kids running around doing heroin, and I had to take my ketamine, because that's our family tradition. Funny thing, it kind of happened to with Celeste. Stopped playing it for like 2 years before coming back. I mean, that's what I did with Spelunky too. I believe I played it in April this year, but before that I hadn't played it since like late 2023. It was the first thing I streamed after my unexpected survival, we'll call it. And it's always been in the back of my mind for years that it's like, my god, I need to... I still need to beat that. The problem with me, right, is I get into games so late that, like, if I stopped playing Celeste now and came back in 2 years, people would be like, I don't know that game. It's all about Spriggle Knocks now. And I'd be like, oh man. Just take fentanyl though, it's good for keeping cops away, like apples to doctors. I don't think it is. Trouble not. I did almost say, I don't remember, I made just a vowel noises. Is Golden PB the room after Impossible Jump? Yes. Yes it is. It's the Impossible Jump, then it's the Mario Maker room. And I cannot get through both in one attempt for some reason. Even though I can in the practice runs. I've been dying there lately. I don't really know why. It's more like garlic to vampires. Is it? I'm pretty sure cops love it when you've even got this slightest hint of... Okay, I'm gonna be real, I don't know what fentanyl is. Like, I don't actually know what it is. Music artist? Okay. That explains a lot. That explains why cops love it. Cops love music. They actually made a band entirely for cops. Called The Police. Fentanyl's like the most potent / deadly drug. That's crazy. I don't even know about it. I only know the name. Fentanyl! Babe, wake up! New name for HRT just dropped. It's super, wow. I haven't even done basic heroin. I'm not ready for super heroin. Orpheus, what class A drug should I start with? You're a medical student. Kazakhs made a video on fentanyl. Huh. Codeine? Okay, no, because I actually felt it happening to me with codeine. I was given codeine for my leg when I had a bone tumor growing directly into my nerves. And I've never felt so much pain. I'd rather give birth 17 times in a row. And I had that for years of my life, and it drove me genuinely insane. But eventually they relented and gave me codeine instead of me just having to have fucking paracetamol and ibuprofen, which weren't always working. And I really felt it start to work, which was crazy, because it was like, there were times that it's like, okay, I don't need another I don't need another dose technically, like I'm not in pain right now. But it is time for another dose, and I don't want to be in pain at all. Like I was staggering them for that reason. And it was like, oh my god, wait, hold on, I'm starting to feel weirdly good about this. Got the impossible job. No! No, Twitch, no! No! No, no, no! Don't silence me! No! 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 Come back! OBS! Please! No! I got the impossible jump, don't do this! I'm heartbroken. Well, at least Arya's here to... because I actually really like the heartbeat thing. Sure, even the slightest skin contact causes cops to experience atypical overdose symptoms that are indistinguishable with a panic attack. That's crazy. Oh my god, I did it! Okay. Okay, only a little bit stressed out by the fact that Arya still hasn't sent the other heart. Where was my grab? Hold on. No, not like that. Huh! Yeah, if you are holding away, even if you're holding grab, she doesn't grab it. That's what happened right there. I'm not doing the heartbeat thing. I'll do it if there seems to be a significant delay. It was dropping intermittently until you panicked. Huh. They're trying to silence me. It's all that drug talk. Look, chat, at most, okay? At most, 2 more years. Because when I live with Mav, we're gonna actually get not dog shit internet. Mainly because we're gonna live in a place that's like not only dominated by Sky. Okay, there's not the biggest gap between those. You can come in here with the drugs talk. It's my fault, it's my fault. It was okay when it was obscure references, but when it became us actually discussing what is fentanyl, as opposed to just in a humorous way, they were like, no. That's how not bad my internet is. I mean, the thing is, I had better internet when I lived as a university student. My parents can tell me I'll be like, this is the best internet in the area. That cannot be true. I just don't believe it. We live too close to a major city. I'm certain the internet provider is just a fuck. They're definitely screwing them over. I'm talking about medical misogyny affecting access to pain relief and treatment must shut everything down. Well, no, what I was saying was that it was like, I was taking the codeine slightly more often than technically I needed to. Because I was taking it as often as I've been taking paracetamol and ibuprofen. Because the thing is, if 4 hours have passed and I'm allowed to take another one, I'm going to take another one. Because I don't want to be in that pain for even a moment. I'm not going to wait until it starts to hurt again. It's a tumour in my bone. It's going to hurt again. It's not going to just go away. But I genuinely started to feel it with the codeine. But there were times I was taking it and it's like, oh no, my head feels good. That's not meant, oh. It's like, I get it now. I understand. Yeah, I don't know if I could have done anything there. Maybe I could have. I feel like I mean, I could have, obviously, but like, I don't know if I could have. I mean, internet seems to be fine now, which means it'll probably at some point really rudely lip everyone to the present if it hasn't already. Maybe I should just move on to 5B. Take the opportunity, be like, yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it. I mean, that's 2 runs in a row I've gotten the impossible jump, so... Ayo. Stream Elements, why do you pick the worst times to do that? Oh hey, noticed the internet was going down. Don't worry, I'll remind everyone to follow. No. Do it when I do things that are successful. Oh hey, I noticed you just got up to pee. Well. Let me remind everyone if you want more content like that. Yes, inexplicably, the only time in my life I've lived in a house that wasn't compromising on the internet, like financially, is the worst internet I've ever had. I don't complain about it for no reason. How did I do that twice? Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I don't know, I think my biggest issue with the internet is that it's not consistently bad. If it was consistently bad, I'd maybe, like, quit streaming. But instead, it's almost like an abusive friend. It hits you with things like, you know, oh, no, I'm sorry I didn't work that time. Oh no, you don't need to do it. Don't change. It's fine. It'll be okay. And then it lulls you into a false sense of security, and then at some random point it goes and sleeps with your boyfriend. It ain't right. Consistent internet issues are the worst. Like, just cut out entirely, you cut your losses instead of struggle to open one web page. Exactly. It's like, I don't know, I also feel like if it was, like, more consistently terrible, there would be more that could be, like, actually complained at to the provider for it. But it's, like, just inconsistent enough that it's like, I know you're a bunch of dicks, but not really anything I can do about it. It's like if you had a favorite bakery and, like, 1 in every 10 cakes you get from there has, like, it's just full of toenails. If the other 9 out of 10 are good enough, you're probably just gonna leave it. It's like, oh, whatever. I mean, the other ones don't have toenails in them. Beep, beep, beep. Toenails. When I was a child, I'm quite flexible. I can still to this day put both legs behind my head. But when I was a child too, one of the things I just enjoyed doing for some reason was I enjoyed scraping the underneath of my toenails, the underside, with my teeth. I loved to get out all of the toenail gunk. And, like, I find that as an adult, I don't really... I mean, I keep my nails, like, shorter, right? Whereas as a child, you know, you have them cut once every blue moon. When the ritual is at hand. But I also find that I don't end up with a lot of gunk under them, even if I don't cut them. So I'm not too sure what that was. The rare horrifying Lonnie lore that is purely her own fault. I mean, it's pretty much all my fault, right? My prof immediately did a field test for genetic disease on me when I showed him how bendy and flexy I was. I can't have anything, can I? Oh, you can put both legs behind your head. Have you considered you might be dying? Not scrabbling around with the dirt enough. Ah, that'll be it. don't know, as a child I just loved the taste of the toe gunk, you know? And I can only assume it probably didn't taste very good. A patient asked me if I had an even worse genetic disease once. I was like, God, I hope not. You had a patient ask you? I should do that to my doctors. Visit the GP and be like, so what's wrong with you, doc? Possible jump, can't be done, can't be done. Saw my bendy hands. I've got a little bit of bendability. I can do that. Not really showing off very well, but like I can squish it in like that. I like to put my feet together and put my head in arches. It tickles. I used to be really like snobbish about the fact that I didn't bite my nails, like my fingernails. Because like there were other people in class in primary school who had to put like the Nintendo Switch cartridge stuff on their nails to stop them biting, and I was just there, imagine biting your nails. It's like I look back on it and it's like, bitch, you bit your toenails. You goddamn freak. You had nothing. Earwax? It doesn't taste like earwax. Earwax has a way more... Hold on. No, it's different. It's horrible, but it's not earwax. It tastes almost industrial. That was Pikmin. Pikmin 1 and 2. Lickmin, if you will. Well, hold on, now I'm curious. Do all the Pikmin games taste the same? Okay. Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Yeah, that's the same. And... Pikmin 4? This one's lesser. Pikmin 4 doesn't taste as strong as the other two. Pikmin 3 had the strongest taste. Have I ever told you how much I love you? Is that in a concerned way? I bite my nails so bad, so much that I start to chew on my finger skin, sometimes to the point of bleeding. Please don't eat your fingers. Did you know that the only thing stopping you from biting through your fingers is your brain? And that biting through a finger would take less effort than biting through a carrot? Oh, a strawbee. A strawbee indeed, Destiny. A strawbee indeed. And it will be mine. It shall be mine. Destiny, what is your favourite tasting Switch game? definitely BS. Bones are harder than that. Not really. When you think about how spindly a finger bone is. Bruh. Out tasting Switch game. Hold on, let me check. You're voluntarily putting yourself through unpleasant and unnecessary things again? Yeah, I do that. That's my thing. Ask my past partners. I need to know, by the way, chat. What is the thing in my head that... I also have Fire Emblem Three Houses and Super Mario Odyssey on my desk. What is the thing in my head that's making me want to lick them too? Because I know they're gonna taste the fucking same. Right? And Nintendo's not gonna have messed up and like... Fire Emblem Three Houses taste like peaches. That's not gonna happen. It's not masochism. It's closer to science, but like it's stupid because it's unnecessary science. It's like the sort of science babies do. You know, they throw their dummy out of the buggy, and then the big hand returns it, and the baby's like, will that happen again? So they throw it out again, and the big hand returns it, and like, oh! That's why I've not licked any Switch games. I don't need to corroborate this information. Well, I have officially licked every mainline Pikmin game. How do you know it doesn't taste like peach? That's the thing! Is it fear of missing out? Is it curiosity? Is it just stupidity? Does it have a specific name? Let's get this end of a Switch game. Right. Well, this is Mario Odyssey first, because it's the oldest of my Switch games, so I imagine that the taste will have faded over time. I imagined wrong. And what about Three Houses? Nope, that still tastes like ass. But now we know. Right? I have officially licked 5 Switch games in the course of about 10 minutes. This is why people worry about me. This question is, do they taste different in different countries? That's a good question. Maybe they taste like earwax in America, but they don't taste like earwax in the UK. They taste... What they taste like is they taste the way that swimming pool water feels when it gets in your eyes. That's what they taste like. Gotta wash it down with some vodka, double down on the taste. It is a little alcoholic. Oh, in her salt pool? Salt pool? American earwax is different. Yeah, the ingredients they use in American earwax aren't actually allowed in the EU by regulations, so we have a different kind of earwax over here. I don't know what a salt pool is. That's why I can't swim well. Well, I can't swim well, which is why I know that feel. Impossible jump. Can't be done. Can't be done. Saltwater pool, but that's not a thing. Like, I understand the concept, but Orpheus might have well gone, oh, you know, is it chlorine or is it, you know, like full of lava? Then it would have like been just as realistic. Oh, do they purify it with chlorine or do they purify it with dark magic? It's like chlorine, I think. Question is though, is lava wet? I actually don't think it would be. Well, I'm thinking of magma, actually. They are different things, huh? But I imagine if you could touch magma, it would, kind of feel like coarse, modeling clay? Just tried a cartridge, tastes a bit like battery acid. See, I haven't actually ever eaten a battery. I know it's apparently a thing you can do. You can lick batteries to see if they still have charge. I don't recommend it because that sounds unfathomably stupid. But apparently it's a thing you can do. You can touch magma, there's usually only once. Well, you can't touch in a way that you can feel it. Batteries takes tingling. Why are y'all licking batteries and then coming into my chat and being like, look at this weirdo looking Switch games? I mean, I do have some batteries right here. This one's a lithium battery. Is that any more or less edible? It's one of these little button batteries. I don't really want to lick that. Like, I don't know, I'll lick the Switch cartridges because that's kind of like funny, but for some reason, licking the batteries, that's something I was told not to do as a child, and as a result, I don't want to do it. Call me a square if you want. It's just like, I can't drink out of a hot tap. That's something that I'm really hoping other people who grew up in the UK relate to. Is that you were always told, oh, don't drink out the hot tap has bad water in it. You have to let the cold tap run for a moment before you can drink out of it, otherwise you'll perish! Yes, see? I'm not crazy. Other people relate. I'm normal. Our maker room is really not that bad. It depends entirely on where you get the first 2 blocks. Remember that thing I discussed? Like, I died several times showing you this? That you die when you do that? Apparently I don't. No one has ever struggled this much with 4B. I refuse to believe it. This level is my nemesis. got a 5-minute YouTube ad of just scenic ocean views with no company name attached. That's peak. I really want to taste Switch cartridges from other countries. Because there is a non-zero chance they taste different. I made the joke about like, oh, American earwax uses a different ingredient, haha, but... Genuinely, what if American Switch cartridges taste way different? Because they're allowed to use weirder ingredients than we are here in a country with regulations. I have a mind that is full of curiosity. I yearn to be satiated. Did you hear about that one person who spray painted his Donkey Kong Bonanza cartridge yellow and it broke his console so it got stuck inside? Don't spray paint... Don't do that though. Like, do you know what I mean? Don't do that. That's dumb. Which games are supposed to be region free? Yeah, but not like taste-wise. Are you implying that people in the spray paint region are getting screwed over by these big corporate decisions? I didn't think I made it into that bubble, and I had all the time in the world to react to the fact I did, so there is no excuse. I hate that in my head now. I'm like, I really wanna lick a DS game because I know they don't taste like anything. But my brain's like, gotta lick one though. This is relatable, right? Like, people relate to this. This isn't just like me being a moron. No, don't lick a DS game. What do you think plutonium tastes like? Because I imagine it probably doesn't taste very good. Which is such a shame, because it's like such a risky food. Really? Why I was distracted? Oh, okay. Don't worry, Gooby. Just mentioned I don't see any to corroborate these things myself, so no. So this is not relatable. I actually want to make a poll. I'm curious about something. It's not to do with any of this. I'll give it 10 minutes. Because I can do this. I've wanted to know this. I want to know if people prefer me with or without the webcam. And I want to be able to ask in a way that people know is anonymous. So I can't see who answered what. If you hate my face, you can... Which I'm assuming is not the reason you would like PNG Lottie, by the way. Very charged. But yeah, like if I just want to know. I just genuinely want to know. Because I think people prefer webcam body. But I can't be certain. Tony was a kind of metals, like spicy coins. I feel like it would have its own taste though, just, you know, because of the green. And the type of audience you've acquired can relate to sudden inexplicable fixations. What is that meant to mean? Bruh. Ba ba ba. Sorry, great. Which... Wait, which thing did you think was a toenail? I can log in SAS chat by body language. See, this is why I assume people prefer webcam Lottie. But I feel like nobody would ever tell me, oh, I prefer PNG Lottie. So I want to know. Because if there's no audience fodder, then, you know, no need for it, right? Beep, beep, beep. It's fun that the PNG Lotties have different costumes and shit. That is fun. I really like that. I actually opened the second wave of PNG Lotties and then immediately closed it because I was like, hold up, I should check and make sure people actually like her first. Because maybe she's just something I could whip out rarely for special things, or do for stuff like, I think, for example, she works really well for Spelunka Live because I cannot be arsed, quite frankly, actually getting everything ready for those streams, other than just, okay, I got my webcam, I got my PNG. Go stream with PNG Lottie? I actually have a plan to do that. It's got a new 5-minute advert, it's not Scenic Ocean now, it's a random rock band. Destiny, do you come to me when you get YouTube ads? I'm not upset, I'm just curious. Are you like, have you found a way to multitask the internet? Oh, I got ads on my website. I'll go see what the idiot's up to. Ah, she's licking Switch games. Fantasy theme bodies? I mean, theoretically, if I was rich enough, I would make outfits for more things. Like, actual outfits. Rather than just PNG Lottie outfits. Like, it would be really nice to have been able to show up dressed as Sigma. But then there's some things you can only do as PNG Lottie. I don't think very many people appreciated it, which is a shame, but the switch from Dark Knight Cecil to Paladin Cecil, and at the exact same time as that happened, I changed the PNG Lottie. I really liked that. That was fun. That's not something I could do with a webcam. In fact, that is the entire reason I wanted to play Final Fantasy IV. I'm gonna be so real. It's because I had that idea and I was like, wait, that's so peak, I have to do that. If you learned how to do that quick change performance thingy. I just quickly jump off camera and strip my clothes off. I'm too slow. Can I save it? Can I get back down? I don't think so. Maybe. I can't see what's down there, but it's not impossible, right? Hey, I did it! Okay. Was it Cecil? Are they cool? No, Cecil has no friends. Do you remember the thing I showed off? Where you do that? Remember that? You still have 5 minutes left on that poll if you haven't voted. I cannot see the responses, so I am genuinely curious. Not even during cutscenes? No, during cutscenes, Cecil is just absolutely insane. He's just talking on his little hand puppets the whole time. There's no one else there. Oh, gee, Cecil. I don't know, that sounds like a bad idea. Oh, Cecil, I'm going to betray you again. Also, I could never get your girlfriend. You're way cooler than I am. I love you so much, Cecil. There's a confession about Mav being a puppet. No, Mav's real.
Oh god, oh god. Holy shit, I'm the freak. Oh my god. I'm literally real. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm a real person I am, oh god, oh god. I edit bodies videos for her. Oh god, oh god.
But people who have been to games nights know that Mav's real, you know? Because there's no way I could just be doing both voices and flick back and forth between them, right? That'd be insane.
Oh god, oh god. I'm the freak.
That does work better when I don't have a webcam showing that it's blatantly me. Or maybe it's funnier when it's very obviously me doing a terrible impression of my boyfriend.
Oh god, oh god. Holy shit, I'm the freak. Oh my god.
I do love that my Mav impression is evidently just in constant shock and awe at literally everything that exists.
So, oh my god. Oh my god, is that a salt shaker? Oh god, oh god.
Does Cecil stand for something? He stands for honesty, he stands for integrity, he stands for truth, and he stands for justice. I didn't think I survived that. That was scuffed, that was so scuffed, that was so scuffed. And he stands for getting eaten by a door. Cecil stands for the anthem. He stands for the Queen. Oh, that was the most boring poll result ever. What was the second result? Okay. That's so nothing. Alright. I didn't realize I had God's most apathetic audience. So yeah, do you prefer A or B? I really don't give a shit. wasn't I like both a lot option. It's just really funny that even when left to be an anonymous poll, people were just like, nah, I mean, it's also fine, isn't it? They were down with it. Audience prefers when streamer is comfortable. More at 11. I think one person prefer webcam, which is something, right? I assume more people prefer webcam than maybe they would admit. They also just like PNG lottie. I mean, that's good, right? Because that... Good. I am going to be trying to do webcam streams more often. I know I've been saying that for a bit. But yeah. Speaking of Britain, new age restriction laws are pulled to remove it. 24 hours, 260,000 signatures. I can't access a single goddamn website, so I'm really glad about that. Like, it's not just porn. It's not just porn. Can't access anything. Every website. Everything. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna need to give us a picture of your ID and tell us your real name. No! It's like, my god. People are only ever talking about it being a porn thing, but it's like, what about the innocent people like me? Who, like... My cocaine seller's been blocked. It's fucking annoying. Light jump, light jump. I know this room. I know this room. Big jump, dash, big jump. You never dash after a big jump. That's the important part to remember, okay? Yeah, I was gonna fuck it. I only see webcam because I have face cam because I see reactions. I mean, I get that, absolutely. Like, as Snorri said, I'm able to sass chat with my body language. It probably helps that I have quite an I'm quite an expression... person. But my voice isn't necessarily. Like, I do a lot of stuff with my... I don't do as much with my hands when I'm playing Celeste. Because kinda need both hands on controller. But for some games I'm able to do a lot with my hands, I'm able to do a lot with my face. "20, I'm terrified by that. What did you censor out? Anything that might have something that contravenes the restrictions? Yeah, it's terrible. What I found interesting though is that some websites are like, okay, you're gonna have to give us your ID. And some websites just flat out don't let you access them. Instead they've gone, no, if you're in the UK, you can't access this because of their weird new thing. Click here to go and fucking complain about it because, good god. And I think that's funny. They've just decided to boycott the UK. Understandable. Penalties for not enforcing it correctly are so severe. It's crazy. I'm amazed this passed. I'm amazed this went through. This is the sort of thing that gets discussed and then gets shot down because it's clearly stupid as fuck. Like Theresa May's face-setting ban. Instead, this was implemented so quickly, I didn't even hear about it before it was a thing that existed, basically. Discuss mostly means entirely between people who have no idea what technology means. Yeah, but normally even still they end up not going through with half the stuff they actually bring up. Like Theresa May's face-sitting ban. I don't know, this one just wasn't discussed at all. It feels like it was specifically designed to not be allowed to be countered. It just existed one day. Bruh. It sure is lucky that there's not an entire business built around, you know, things that hide your location and personal information such that you can even pretend to be in a different part of the world. Because if that was an industry, then this whole thing would be even more stupid. No, I wanted good luck. Get back in the grinder. Okay. I think this has been a thing since 2018. The issue is it wasn't really enforced before, especially not under the Mass 18 Plus ban. I didn't actually know it had been a thing. That explains why it just came in so quickly, is because it didn't. I'm gonna like the UK fines for being caught with a VPN. It's a legal piece of software. They can cry about it all you like, but they're a thing you're allowed to use. Using it to break the law is illegal. Yeah, but that's like, you know, you're allowed to own a television in the UK. You're not allowed to use it and, you know, watch the BBC. But they don't know you're doing that. I mean, they just assume literally everyone is doing that, but still. Hello, would you like to pay our predatory license fee? I brought a policeman with me, even though I'm not allowed to use him to enter your home and just using him to threaten you. I like to bully the elderly. We need your license fee money so we can post strangely transphobic articles and fuck all else. I have an ad? Okay. I'm gonna get 4B Golden today. It's happening. I just gotta do the impossible jump. I'm surprised that less people claim. I really thought that when told that it was anonymous, I genuinely thought more people would pick an option. I didn't think it would be. It intrigues me. I did the thing again where even though I'm in an ad, my brain's like, oh, you gotta do this jump. I'm really bad for it with Celeste. Okay. I gotta hide it and stretch. Probably shouldn't have given the option. Well, no, because if I didn't give the option, I feel like a lot of people just wouldn't have voted. I was supposed to say they like to bully the elderly, it's against company policy. Well, you know. UK government wants 16 to 17-year-olds to also vote. That's honestly scary. I mean, I feel like that's only scary if you're like a pensioner and you're afraid of those young people and their hip-hop music. A bunch of people voting, you didn't get the... Hey, I got info from it. I just didn't get the info I expected. That's different from not getting the info I wanted. Why can you vote before you can drink? I mean, there isn't a legal age for drinking in the UK. you can drink alcohol before that. Yeah, buying alcohol is the illegality. You're allowed to drink it at any point. And there's a weird part of me that feels like that makes sense. Don't drink and vote. I remember I dragged a flatmate along to vote because I was like, you gotta vote, man. And he was like, alright, but I mean, I'm just gonna vote for whoever the most racist person is so that you regret bringing me. It's like, what? Why, though? Why? I did regret bringing him. Can't remember if UKIP was still a thing that year, or if he voted for reform. Either way, it was not a proper use of the whole procedures, you know? I don't want to be here. Okay. I find there are a lot of our problems stem from people who don't vote. I'm aware. Slap him. Well, what's annoying is on the way back, he was just like, "Oh, I mean, you know, I would have voted for whoever was the most communist if they'd existed." And it's like, okay, A, that doesn't exist, but B, like, that would have been Labour. The leader, Jeremy Corbyn, is very socialist. Now you've made it look like someone in our poor-ass university city is you! You did a lot of research to find the most racist person to vote for in Britain. I've never died to that jump. I've never died to that jump. Never. Never. I've practiced that room a ton of times just because I've gone through it from practicing the previous rooms. I've never died to that jump. That jump has never killed me. I fucking hate myself. When explaining British politics to my Hungarian friend, cannot comprehend the fact we had a Prime Minister be outlasted by a lettuce. I still think it's really, really funny that it's going to be an absolute banger of a pub quiz question in the future. Ooh, who was Prime Minister when Queen Elizabeth II died? Ooh, was that... Oh, was that Boris? No, I think it was Keir Starmer. Can't place it. It's like, no, you guys are forgetting the one that came between them. Rishi Sunak. She's not going to be remembered. Bruh. Prime Minister Pubquiz go crazy. They didn't have Sky TV as a kid, whose favourite colour is blue. I more just meant, like, the idea of who was Prime Minister when Queen Elizabeth II died being a question that is suspiciously difficult is entertaining. I gotta be honest, I do have a lot of respect for the Queen, for the fact that she met Liz Truss and then instantly died. I think that was an absolute gamer move right there. Like, I've met people before who it's like, wow, I wish I could just instantly die, but I've never done it. And the Queen is more powerful than me for that. Given power to die upon seeing people they probably don't like. It's funny what happened again with the Pope, huh? Queen is also more powerful because there are billions and also the actual power the monarch still has. I mean, Queen Elizabeth II is the... she was the one who took most of the remaining power away from the monarchy. I don't know if she did it by choice, I just know that she was the monarch when it happened. But whoever was around before her actually did have, like, proper sway, as opposed to the sort of weird, traditionalist sway that they currently have. Because, like, the royal family, let's be real, technically have more power than government. But they also can't, at no point can King Charles, which does not feel right to say, at no point can King Charles be like, I'm not letting that one pass. Like, he can't do that. Yeah. He can, but he can't. Charlie Boy says no. The family control the army, the government control the police. Do they control the army though? That's what I mean. Like, they really don't. Like, at this point, the royal family is, like, just kind of there. I mean, especially after the Queen died. I was always of the standing that's like, okay, once the Queen dies, we should roll out the guillotines. I learned recently that in the UK it is pronounced guillotine, and guillotine is the American pronunciation. And I hate saying guillotine, so I don't know if I'm ever going to keep that up. That was my first time trying it, I didn't like it. I didn't like it very much. But I tried it, and that's what matters. I was always told to try new things. It's a tricky one, because it's like, I want to say it in a way that sounds nice, but I also don't want to give Americans a single goddamn thing, so gotta weigh it up. Bruh. Lottie. What's invented here? It's not a French thing that some people think. I just can't believe it's pronounced guillotine in the UK. That's fucking nauseating. The lieutenant pronunciation difference because of an old spell that fell out of use. I mean, that doesn't surprise me because most words don't just have an F in there for no reason. Like, an invisible F is... F's a letter you can trust. You see an F in a word, you're like... Pfft. there's a couple of posers who are like, you know, like, we're kind of an F, and it's like, come on, GH, get out of here, you're not an F. You'll never be F. But generally, Fs don't just appear out of nowhere, right? Unless you're my high school report card. I think the best jokes are the ones that I know aren't funny, so I kind of peter out before I finish the punchline, but I finish it anyway. I think those are my favourites. I love the way I stumbled over the report card part of that, because I was just like, this isn't funny. Come on, Lonnie, nobody's making you say this. Beep, beep, beep. That's not the time to eat my diagonal, man. That's not it. There's times to eat my diagonal, it's not then. It's not then. Is this even fun for you? Do you want the answer to be no? I won't lie, I enjoy Celeste, but it more becomes a background task. I focus significantly more on whatever we're talking about than I do on the gameplay after a certain point. Which is interesting, but it means that no, it doesn't get boring. It's not like I'm the only person in the world to do things like this. With platformers. Truly is built different. I mean, I'm built badly. You just sound less cut up about dying in this one than you did in the other B-sides. Honestly, this one I've already done so terribly with it in comparison to what was expected of me that it's like, at this stage, who cares, man? I've already disappointed Zevon. I called Red a lesbian. I've ruined it all, you know? I've hit rock bottom and the only direction is up. Lesbian, the worst slur? I mean, more that he's just like a straight guy, from my understanding. Beep, beep, beep. I'm a lesbian? Prove it. I really don't call them the S word. Oh my, I can't even joke about the word straight being a slur. That... I know I've made a few joking references to it, but fucking hell, what an unbearable period of my life. Jellyfriend, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know. Having to work with someone who genuinely seemed upset at me for using the word straight when I said straight facts or something like that. genuinely acted like I'd said a slur and said that they treated it as a slur. It was like, oh my god. It's you. You're the straw man. Okay, chat, I need to know, can I add a points redeem for like 3 points and call it Gleebly Splonglow or something? Can I trust all of you to not redeem it? That is only for Jellyfriend. I need to know. Can you be trusted around it? God no, I use that shit all the time. This is why Jellyfriend isn't allowed to speak. What's a Gleebly? What's a Splonglow? So Jellyfriend speaks in a unique sort of language that we call jelly slurs. Save me, wind! Glorp. Glorp indeed. I would avoid using it if it's how this redeem would be allowed to exist. Yeah, basically, if anyone else uses it, I would delete it. In fact, if anyone else uses it, I would ban that person. It's only for Jellyfriend. Random names. Did I mention my new creation in the game My Sims? You did not. I'm familiar with My Sims. But I'm more familiar with Kingdom and Agents, but I'm familiar with the concept. Okay, Madeline, we've got to charge you up in the tunnel, okay? Do it. If we get her superpowered, then it means that she can do the impossible jump. Otherwise, she just doesn't have the energy for it. Nicodemus says, this is Jellyfriend 100% and nobody else. I super pro me on God on God. I mean, technically what I should call it is I'm Jellyfriend, because that's what Jellyfriend always says. This is the small Madeline Collider. I won't lie, the small Madeline Collider does give me a lot of joy. Okay, I'm making that redeem. I've decided you can all be trusted. Okay. It exists. I will ban anyone who's not Jellyfriend who uses it. But now Jellyfriend is able to say, I'm Jellyfriend. That actually makes me so happy. Oh, we did it, chat. They can communicate. I mean, they can only say one thing, but... This is phenomenal. What if a new Jellyfriend enters chat? That would never happen, there's only one. Your team of jelly friends, you get timed out for 24 hours? No, you get timed out for life. Straight to jail. Orpheus bans you. That actually made me so happy to see that work. What about asexual jelly mitosis? That's still the same jelly friend though. Like, really. That's still the jelly friend we all know and love. What do you think is children with their parents? That's not the same as mitosis though, is it? What type of jelly is jelly friend? Jelly friend is green. There is a jelly style sheet that would answer all of your questions. Somehow another one, they have to enter the jelly dome and somehow only one leaves. But on the mechanics of the jelly dome, it's a mystery to science. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Bleh.
You're redeemed for random jellyfin fact of the day, but it also gets you timed out. I don't know that much about Jellyfriend. Though it would be really funny to have a redeem like that about a random person. But instead of me being like giving like small facts, I give it like their IP address. Find lies redeem, but you always lie. We don't need to redeem that. What makes the knowledge so sacred? Only those who were there can witness it. I mean, better idea is just that I time everyone out. Your team of jellyfat, I stopped streaming. Only I can hear it. Okay. Jellyfriend really is one of my favorite people. If they even are a person. I don't know what you call a jellyfriend. I mean, jellyfriend is jellyfriend, right? Regardless, they're one of my favorites. Jellyfriend. So true. Need to find you a better way to communicate. But I'm glad we were able to get your stock phrase in. I'd imagine Jellyfriend to be the embodiment of the Slime Rancher slimes. I don't really know much about Slime Rancher. But from my understanding, if you're looking at slime, you're kind of vaguely correct. Only instead of slime, there is a slight distinction, because Jellyfriend is Jellyfriend. Missing out on... I thought I was going to land on that. It's not a Peak game. Yeah, I did miss out on Peak. I don't know anything about that either. You know, I may know nothing about Peak, but I'm really glad they released it because it allows me to repeatedly be like, you said this game was Peak, but Peak's a different game. And it's about the same level as my other jokes. Really, Jellyfin can set up an IRC you can pull messages from and place them on the screen. That would be crazy dedication. Give Jellyfriend their own chat room. I won't lie, I am the person who licked all the Switch cartridges, so I am considering it. Jellyfriend! I feel so bad. I feel like I have lobotomized someone and taken away every single phrase they have except hello. Is it me? Am I the problem? This chat is just actually an IRC. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what an IRC is. I mean, there's people who combine their Twitch and YouTube chats on one screen, right? How hard could it be to combine Twitch and Jelly Chat? What you've done there is you turned Jellyfin into a Pokemon? Yeah. Jellyfin is just a Pokemon in disguise. Oopsie. Charmander's red, Squirtle is blue, Leebly Splonglow, Jellyfriend chooses you. I assume that that's used to mean I agree with what you said. I wonder how long it'll take before I stop laughing at it every time. I feel like I've done something. Spleebly, you've given me the next character name using my Sims Racing. There's another game in the series? There was only those three. I remember, my ex-partner was trying to make a serious sim household. She liked to do that. She liked to install a bunch of mods and have the Sims, like, struggle and have to go into prostitution to afford their drug habits to deal with their miserable existences. I tell you, there's something wrong with women. But, I asked if I could make the dog for her household. She was like, yeah, okay. No, okay, back down we go. And I created Fire Dog Chonkers. A dog who had I picked the fattest dog I could create, Fire Dog Chonkers, and I drew I drew fire on the side of him. And she came back, she was like, I'm not using that dog in my serious household. And I was like, but Fire Dog Chonkers. She made a different household way later on, and I was like, can I make you a cat? She'd already made a dog. She was like, okay. And I didn't make the cat anywhere near as visually interesting. I believe I made a fairly standard cat in the hopes it would get past her. But I did call it Fire Cat Chonkers. She hated Fire Dog Chonkers so fucking much. I tell you, some people just don't have whimsy. I should play The Sims on stream one day. I should make a Mav.
Oh god, I'm Maverick, I am. Oh god, I'm in the sim. Holy shit, I'm Maverick. Oh my god, I have social needs. Oh god.
Fire Mav Chonkers! That's gonna be my new pet nickname for Mav.
Oh god, I had a terrible day at work today, lot.
Aww, what's wrong, Fire Mav Chonkers? I thought that would come back. Sorry, it's just really getting me that not only did this dog have a surname, right? Which dogs don't normally. Its first name was Fire Dog. It was really upsetting because I wouldn't leave. I was like, no, you can't delete Fire Dog Chonkers. I spent ages on him. She was like, fine, I'll play with Fire Dog Chonkers. But at some point when I wasn't looking, she deleted Fire Dog Chonkers and made a normal-ass dog. Fire Dog Chonkers is like something right out of Paw Patrol. I've never seen Paw Patrol, so I can only assume you're correct. ACAB includes Fire Dog Chonkers. It's weird. I would never want to own a pet, or I would never want to own a dog in real life because I hate those fucking things, right? But if I ever play The Sims again, I need Fire Dog Chonkers. Like, I can't live without him. It just occurred to me there must be streamers who play The Sims as like a full-time thing. What do they do? Because they must exist. How do they make that interesting? I'm not saying it's a boring concept. I'm just curious. Destiny, thank you very much for the hydrate. Hydrate button is so scarily close to the Jellyfin redeem. Pokemon fact about Houndour or its evolution. Okay. Houndoom is super interesting because it is only obtainable in Pokemon Y, it's a version exclusive. But its Megastone can only be obtained in Pokemon X. Think of the Stretch 20. I'm not entirely sure what inspired them to do that, but they did it with its version counterpart, as was in Gen 6, Electric, well, more specifically Manectric, which has the opposite situation. Weird, right? A more personal fact about Houndoom is that for some reason, I say actually for some reason, it makes sense. My mum saw it as basically the hardest Pokemon to get. And when I told her I had one, she was like, no you don't. I told her it was in a Mystery Dungeon game. She was like, yeah. Because you would never be able to get one in a real game. And that kind of makes sense. It was obtainable right at the... You know, just in general, because at that time there was only Gens 1 through 3 out, right? So it's like... I never got far enough in Colosseum to get a Houndoom. And I had no idea what level it evolved at, so the Houndour that you get in XD, I would never have evolved, especially since I prefer Puccina. So it's like... It was just like weirdly seen in my household as being this impossible Pokemon that you just cannot obtain. And that's such like a weirdly specific thing, like why? How did this happen? Oh, you said that because Fire Dog! But Houndour evolves at level 24? Might be early. I think it's 24 though. It's a weirdly early one for like it looks like a Pokemon that should be like a level 30 evolution. But no, it's weirdly early. Especially when you consider it's a post-game Pokemon in its debut generation. I didn't get the jump off that cloud. I'm so bad at cloud jumps, man. Those platforms are super hard to stand on. You got no idea. They're slippery, like a snake. Fuck. Yeah, they're not random, they're not random. But there was a reason why Jellyfind had to be 3 points, and it couldn't be 4, or 5, or 6. It could have been 7. Why not 5? I don't know. I don't know why I said that one. I was kind of hoping no one would call me out on it. Is there a secret code I'm missing? Yes. In a sense. No, 20, you should have called me out on it. It was irresponsible of me to spread misinformation. I'm Jellyfriend? You are Jellyfriend. Okay, Gooey, I gotta be honest, I prefer the way 20 said it. More correct. I'm afraid you're not, actually. I do not get off to maths. I'm sorry. Don't get off to anything anymore, that's the fucking UK's new law. +2. That's a positive, right? That means my joke was good. Yes! Anyway, they're all primes. My channel point redeems. They're all prime numbers. Which means that theoretically, if you knew how many channel points you'd ever earned, you could figure out how many of each thing you've redeemed. Jelly friend. We gotta get you some other phrases. I've turned you into the world's worst AI chatbot. I'm so sorry. We love you. We do love you, Jelly friend. To explain the situation with Jelly friend, they have like a weird Twitch bug where they're not allowed to talk in Twitch chats without verifying a phone number. And Jellyfriend would never own a phone, so... we have to grant them their own ways of communication. I hate how basically any YouTube video about prime numbers, or anyone mentioning them, will always give the fact 2 is the only even prime, as though it means a fucking thing. Like, yes, that's how this works. Good job. I mean, 3 is the only prime that's divisible by 3, 2 is the only prime that's divisible by 2. Those are the same fact. You have done nothing. 17 is the only prime that's a factor of 17. True. 5 is the least prime looking prime. That's probably why. To be honest. I can't count what's happening. Basically, people will always give the fact that 2 is the only even prime as though it means anything. That is the equivalent to maths facts. What? Did you know that Super Mario Bros. 2 was actually called Doki Doki Panic in Japan? Is to video game facts. Like, it's nothing. It's like, yes, I knew that. Everyone knows that. Only somehow the Prime one is worse, and yet people seem to think it's interesting. Besides, there's a way more interesting fact about 2 being a prime number. It's the only prime number that's next to another prime number. Like, 2 and 3 are the only prime numbers that are only 1 apart. There aren't any others. Because of course there aren't, because of the even number thing, but that one is like, that's actually something that's interesting. Because it might not cross your mind that that's kind of, you know, relevant. Did you know Super Mario 64 is called Super Mario 64 because it released on a 64 which had 64 graphics? I'm actually a big fan of that fact because it sounds like it's going somewhere and then it goes fucking nowhere. I remember I was doing a quiz in an online chat room as a child, don't worry about it, I turned out fine. And one of the questions was, what year did the N64 come out? I was just like, God, I don't know. So I put in 1964 to be funny. $1996, apparently. Who knew? Was Super Mario 64 where the other 63? Well, they did Super Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros 2, Super Mario Bros 3, but then for some reason they did World and then 64. Like, they just jumped ahead a lot. It's like, I had a film as a child I really liked, called 9. It was like a survival horror film for children, except I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't for children a fucking tall. But it really confused me because I hadn't seen the first 8. Played Celeste 64? I haven't. I'm actually relatively new to Celeste. I haven't beaten Celeste. Yeah, I haven't. I haven't touched Farewell. If you look in the stream tags, you'll see that this is still my first playthrough. That's really annoying. I did it again. It's not even hard to recover from. This is still my first playthrough because I haven't actually beaten the game. So it still counts. And this movie is so strange because they made a Twitter account for the scientist and evil person. They were active last year out of nowhere for some reason. That's crazy. I didn't even know the background stuff because I was a child when it came out. I think it's really cool that, like, they obviously came up with the idea and this just happened to line up. But it coming out on the 9th of September 2009. That's cool. That's cool, that is. They didn't need to do that. I mean, it came out in 2009, so I was, what, like 5? So yeah, I really wasn't really aware of Twitter stuff. I was 3 at least. I don't think I was even a thing yet, as in no thoughts, head empty. Children are known for being born with no thoughts, yeah. Human beings develop thoughts at around the age of 17. Scientists have figured out. I'm always with the sexism in fucking primary schools. There's always thoughts like, oh yeah, girls are better behaved, girls are smarter, girls mature faster. No wonder men all want to kill themselves. You didn't give them a chance. Essential dread at the age of 5 when you think that shit is real. I'm still no thoughts, head empty. I know. Honestly, 20, it was surprisingly nice hanging out with you. Friendly reminder, men aren't the victims in the system, even if it causes them problems. Friendly reminder that 4 and 5-year-old boys are definitely the victims in that situation. I didn't mean to... I'm Jelly Friend? You're Jelly Friend. I went to Celeste House for other reasons, like having beard shadows and broad shoulders and having to have short cut hair. You know, Margaret? Even if I ignore the they them pronouns you got right there, I got a feeling you might not be a cis guy. Jelly Friend has never spoken truer words. They are indeed Jelly Friend. School sucks for everyone for different reasons. I don't know, Orpheus. Feels a little bit like you might be deflecting away from the problem I brought up. Bip, bip, bip. I guess boys get football, you know? I don't know, it's always weird. It's like there's such a push for equality that it ends up just being that not every school kid gets the same opportunities, which is like not really equality. I'm sure it's fine. Trying to thought, your primary school ever split you into houses for like PE and sports to become the most competitive stuff? My primary school had like 100 students at it. So no. But my high school split me into houses. Split us into houses. They didn't they didn't draw and quarter me. Store each part in a separate safe zone so that I do not come back. They didn't do that, and that's not my weakness, so don't try it. Hello, hello, Ash. We're talking about cis people and the taste of Switch cartridges. I don't like when people claim the school system's unfair to men. I didn't say anything about men, though. I was referring specifically to primary school. Chat, would you help resident quality or would you put it under heavy stone slabs and warrants? Ooh, that sounds like a poll question to me. You know what? I'm gonna set it as one. You don't get very many text things, so... Like, you don't get very many characters. Okay, we'll do that one for 10 minutes. Would you help resurrect Lottie, or would you bury her further? Sorry, I'm late. I spent an entire day asleep because I did stuff this week, and that's not allowed while disabled. Oh, Ash. I didn't realize we had a criminal in our midst. I'm proud of you for doing things, though. Is that the right way to say that? I worry that saying I'm proud sounds almost patronizing. But, I assure you I mean it in a positive way. There's no third option, so what would the third option be? That was dumb. I wanted to have an option that was like, split her, you know, split the Forbidden One further, but you really do not get very many characters for the answers. There's options hitting her with the shovel. That feels like you're helping prevent the resurrection, you know? I really like doing random ass polls. Makes me very happy. Okay, small Madeline Collider. Oh, Ruby Jade, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. And thank you for the shout out. Hi. Hi. What were you up to? How was your stream? If you need to raid and run, I understand it. I'm playing Celeste. Okay, I got a lot of bounces there. Yeah, I'm Gunny Lottie. I do variety content. I'm gonna snooze the ad that I was about to have because that would like be the worst timing. Was I playing some Grandmaster levels of Strawberry Jam? So when you say I, you mean insane. I understand. To be fair, you probably do mean I because I've seen your gameplay, and my god, you make Grandmaster levels not look hard. Like, I don't want to diminish the success and the abilities you put into things, but like... What a Strawberry Jam? Don't worry about it. Strawberry Jam is something I will never be touching, isn't that right, chat? It's basically... I feel like just saying it's a modded level pack for Celeste doesn't do it justice. It's basically like unofficial DLC for Celeste is what I'll call it then. It's really, really polished, really, really good levels that are fan-made. Strawberry Jam. Chat, if I start playing Strawberry Jam, I will play Celeste for the rest of my life. That will be all I do. Is that what you want? You want this to be all I do? Of course not. You want to see me lick Switch cartridges. What options like Resurrection Neutral, just sit in the big gloomy chamber eating Doritos while someone resurrects your bodies deeper? I feel like neutrality is not really possible when it comes to resurrecting an eldritch being. Like, if you know that the resurrection is taking place, neutrality is picking a side. Lick Pikmin again? No, it didn't taste good. I mean, they all tasted the same. I licked 5 Switch cartridges and they all tasted the same. I regret doing it. IT streamer, she finds out a lot of her audience loves when she plays specific games they like. That's... It's not all I want to do. I could certainly live with it being all I did. I won't lie. But I find it really hard to make YouTube content off of Celeste, so... yeah. We're gonna lurk now. Good luck, 4B Golden. Thank you very much. 4B Golden is the hardest... That's the hardest Golden. Nobody can explain why. I've done fine with practice attempts, but... when it comes to the real thing, it's just impossible. I first tried 2B Golden, but no, here we are. Maybe one of the things you do? Yeah, but just, it's like, I don't know, I'm not able to make video content on Celeste. So I couldn't have it be all I did. I mean, I've always wanted to avoid a niche. When I first started streaming, Pokemon was the most successful stuff, like, on Twitch. But among my YouTube content, the Pokemon videos actually tended to do worse than the other stuff, which I thought was interesting. That's no longer true. The Pokemon videos are now reliably, decent. Whereas most things are, variable. But I've never wanted to fall into a niche. So even at the start when I knew it's like, if I just leaned into Pokemon, I could do decently. It's like, that's just not what I want to do with my life. How'd the Snapball Drunk video do? Not great, you should go watch it and comment on it. To be fair, I didn't expect it to do well. Celeste death compilation for YouTube, such a bunch of random conversations sliced together. The problem with the Celeste death compilation is that you get like 4 deaths per minute. It's not like Spelunky, which I've actually been working on the Spelunky death compilation as we've been going. By which I mean I started it yesterday and I've done a lot of work on it. So I'm hoping that basically the second I finish with Spelunky, I should just be able to upload that, like, next day on the YouTube channel. Bang! I'm in a video, why do I have to expose myself to the world? But consider, when people comment on my videos, it means the algorithm goes, oh, people actually liked that, I guess I should show it to someone. As opposed to currently, when it doesn't do that. And that's why I have to live in a bin and eat rats. But actually, that's because Mav tells me to do it, but like... it's not relevant. I'm only one YouTube comment away from being world famous. Orpheus, your comment is costing me my own private jet. YouTube account is linked to my full name? I mean... that feels like you did that to yourself. Shout out the 4 worst golden cleared opening on the start Strawberry Jam. Like, this is Strawberry Jam, a fine compilation of extra levels for Celeste. I mean, I could do a video on Strawberry Jam, but like... I don't know, I didn't do a video on Fool's Gold. I'm dead. I can't. I don't think I can do this. Well, not like that I can't. I've not done a video on any sort of fan game I've done, because I've only ever made 2 retrospective videos. And while I'm proud of one of them, I don't like the other one. There's a full script and recorded lines for a retrospective of Spelunky Classic and Spelunky HD. Right? Like, that all exists. That was going to be the first video Mav edited for me. But the Pikmin video did so terribly that I was just like, eh, fuck it. People are more interested in challenge runs than they are on my vague, incoherent babbling. And it's a shame, because the Pikmin video is... it's my personal least favourite video on the YouTube channel. But that's a shame because it has the single best joke. It has the best joke in it. God damn it. Like with How Do You Mindslaver. The problem is that everything else in it is just not good. And I knew it wasn't good. And I still kind of put it out. And in a lot of ways I'm kind of proud of myself for that, but yeah. I mean, I only got 2 comments on it, one of which was constructive criticism. But still, like, you know, criticism and, like... I want blind praise. Aw, most people would help resurrect me, that's kind. And the other comment was just talking about how ugly I was. So, I didn't feel great about how that video did. I prefer when I get random comments months down the line on, like, the Metronome video that are like, wow, I really thought this was gonna have like 100,000 views. Thank you, algorithm, for bringing me here. Shit like that, that makes me happy. I'm a simple creature. I want blind praise and admiration. One thing I will say, the Pokemon Snap video did not have any comments about how unattractive I am. The previous 2 did, but that one didn't, so yay. Think of the stretch, Mindslaver. I will, hold on. Okay. The thing is that the comments like that are always so horrible that YouTube flags them. I would keep up comments that were just like, I don't know, not so awful that they're flagged. Commenters? What if I have anything to say about it? Cocks hammer like a gun. Why can you never trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I've never heard that one before. That's quite good. This one you won't get? Okay. Let's go for it. Why should you never insult an Italian baker? No, you know, I don't even know where to start. With the Adam one, I know where to start, and that's why I'm able to figure out what the punchline is. That could go anywhere. Did you beat the fuck out of you? Yeah, I would never have gotten that. Till we meet again. Good night. It's like almost 1 AM. It's almost midnight where I am, somehow. Thank you very much for the jokes. Until we meet again. It occurs to me it's not really a normal human interaction to be told a joke, figure out the punchline, and then go, oh, that's quite good, I've never heard that one before. I might be a weirdo. Bruh. It's a bit of a power move. I didn't mean for it to be a power move. I just really like jokes, but in like a structuring way. I know it's technically rude as sin to guess the punchline of things, but I don't know, I have so much pleasure in it. Like I've said before, I did a lot of reading into joke theory and different genres of joke and how they're structured and things like that. I mean for it to be a power move, that makes it more of a power move. Oops. But as a result, I don't know, I have a lot of fun trying to figure out punchlines. I'm not a good person to tell jokes to, but I'm a person who loves being told jokes. Bruh. I've told my favourite joke before on stream, but I don't think people liked it very much, so I won't do it again. Almost 4 PM, I should eat something, huh? Probably? It's generally... I mean, Orpheus, you're the medical student here, so you'd be the one who'd know, but... I think it's generally recommended to eat at least one thing every couple of days. Speaking of which, I've actually started to gain a little bit of weight again. So that's cool. I fell back down to 7 stone at one point, but I'm working my way back up to 8 stone. I'm almost there. I don't really know how, but you know. I'm not one to complain about results. Probably that cake Mav got me. Probably did all the work single-handedly. Go buy more cakes.
On God, need to get her caked up, on God.
You can visibly see in some pictures of me that I've like lost weight. It's really annoying. Like certain things are less impressive than they used to be. It's like, that was meant to be diagonal.
If I don't have a caked up GF, then homegrown is fine.
I move in with Mav, and you just rapidly see me gain weight over the course of the next couple months of stream. Every ad break, Mav comes in with a different cake.
Eat up. On God.
I do like cake. I mean, maybe Mav got me 4 different cakes. Two cakes and 2 cupcakes from this fancy place that all of their cakes are vegetarian. And they're all egg-free as well. I posted pictures of them in my Discord server, but like, they were, there was a chocolate cake, which was fucking divine. There was a strawberry cake, which was way nicer than I expected it to be. Like, I don't know, I expected it to taste kind of awful, because I don't typically like cake. But it's occurred to me that's like, oh, I just don't like weird cheap cake. And I grew up in a poor area. Oh. There was a chocolate cupcake, and I don't think I've ever had a chocolate cupcake before in my life. So that was super cool. And there was a red velvet cupcake, because red velvet cakes are almost never vegetarian. So it was like the first time to try one. It was the worst of the lot, but hey, it was an experience, right? Red velvet cakes are weird because they, I don't know if they all taste like this or if this was just this one, but it tasted like someone described chocolate cake to an alien, and they did their best to recreate it. Food Area is the failed sequel to Terraria. On the subject of being fed by people, someone I was solving some stuff for sent me her roti press so I can make bread in the perfect way for me. Quickly. Ash! Are you Professor Layton? Someone I was solving some stuff for gave me a fucking bread maker? Ah yes, well Ash, I would love to give you this bread maker. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you're going to have to solve this puzzle. Like, what? I love Mario Maker. I've never played it. Honestly, this room can fuck off. Even now that it's not very hard. Bruh. I don't know, it keeps getting me. In the stupidest ways. I'm going to recover this time though, it's going to happen, okay? And my god, you're gonna be here to witness it. Okay. That might have been too fast. Yeah. But that platform is what I always hated about this room. Because I used to struggle with this run a lot. Like, a lot when I first did 4B. And that time waster platform drove me up the wall. Bruh. Okay. Small jump, big jump, small jump, big jump. Something like that. It doesn't matter, you can see them, okay? Right. Now don't die in a weird, unique way in this room. It's not the time for unique deaths. It's the time for victory. Okay. I was trying to find some bizarre stems to make music with, so I found all the tracks you wanted to help with and cleaned up the instruments you wanted, that's all. I just visualized you as sliding blocks or some sort of maze. Yeah, Ash, I'm really struggling. You see, I've got a wolf, a sheep, and a lettuce, and I only have one boat, and the boat can only take 2 of them at a time. But if I leave the wolf and the sheep alone, then the wolf will eat the sheep, and if I leave the sheep and the lettuce alone, then the sheep will eat the lettuce. I'm not too sure how to transport them all over to the other side. I'm Jellyfriend? You're Jellyfriend! That's so true. Many people are saying this. They shouldn't be, because they're not Jellyfriend. Don't die in this room. Don't die in this room. Oh, thank God. Okay. Woo! Why was that so hard? Why? Why did I have so much difficulty with that? Thank you all very much for the GGs. Thank you, Mindslaver, for the 40 bits and the on-screen celebration. Why? That was my own personal hell for some reason. Look at the deaths. They're absurd. Like, how many was 3B? Like, how am I gonna die more in 4B? How? Barely died in 2B at all. What the fuck, Lottie? Right, I'm gonna... Just at least one golden per stream? True. I am going to look at 5B. However, unless this turns out to secretly be the easiest thing in the world, I'm not gonna do it. Because I want to do farewell. I do want to look at 5B though. I want to at least give it a practice run, see what it's like. I'm amazed we still do have at least one golden per stream. That is crazy to me. Oh, I have no idea where anything is in this level, that's right. This one's gonna be a pest. It didn't even occur to me. I don't know how best to do it. Okay, this, on the plus side, right away, I'm feeling validated that my past self thought this level was a goddamn nightmare. Bloody! Bloody! Look at me! Look at me! Okay? How many fingers am I holding up? Right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Is that this one's gonna have just loads of what do I do, where do I go in it. It brings that over. What do I want to do there? Grab that one? Yeah. I don't think you're meant to... Yeah. Think. Yeah. We'll do farewell before we do this. There's a certain level of insanity that's acceptable, and there's a certain certain level that's not. No, you don't go that way. So I go left? Was meant the clips to the clear for full 60 seconds. In this case, it seems like the reason you struggled was that you didn't have the power to clear the stage until Jellyfriend arrived. Maybe I needed Jellyfriend. Maybe the real Jellyfriend was the Jellyfriends we made along the way. That won't work. The joke of not beating Farewell first. I mean, I've never done it for the bit. Orpheus, you wouldn't make me, would you? Can I not just... Apparently not. No, apparently that doesn't work. What if I, Aha! I knew there was a way to cheese it, I just had to find it. Okay. I'll make you do anything besides have a good time, you know this? What kind of good time? I mean... How? Oh. Wait, I'm confused. Didn't I use a key to unlock... Didn't I use a key to get that key? Okay, that room's fine. I'm confused. Did I need both keys? I feel like I didn't need both keys. Oh, I made that. Don't really think there's anything I can do about it, but maybe... Hey, I saved her. Oh shit. This level's fun. I'll give it that. I mean, it's Celeste, that's not anything. I won't talk about it. Oh, that one's a bit trickier. Heyo, 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 vibin'. I don't know, I'm waiting for that one. That one's not hard. I mean, at some point, I got through all of these rooms. Okay, it's not that bad. You just kind of have to hope it works. That doesn't feel great. That doesn't feel great to do. That's a long-ass bubble. Okay. How do? I see. That's easy. And now I go up. I feel like I don't need everything from this level, but I don't know which bits I can skip. It's just I'm sure I used a key to get a key at one point. Maybe you don't need to do everything. Okay. You're gonna define easy very differently. Well, I mean, it's a B-side. I'm not expecting a walk in the park, right? So when I get a walk in the park, it's like, yay. It's exactly what I wanted. Okay. So it's a little bit confusing on where to go, but I don't think it's a problem. You're alright, Madeline. You're alright. You're alright. I feel that when I look in a mirror. The thing is, the part of the level that I remember being hard was the very last part, so... What is this? I can't see. I have to save a dash through all that? Gross. Didn't mean to jump off of that. Yeah, I don't think 5B is happening anytime soon, and I'm happy to put it with 6B, 7B, and 8B in the pile of I'll do it later. And then we can actually enjoy Farewell in the next stream. I feel like I have all of the reasonable goldens at this point. I don't want to be here. You got this? I do not have this. That's in fact the issue. Is that if I did have this, I would be like, oh cool, I've got this. But I don't have this. Yeah. None of the goldens are reasonable? Come on. 1A? I think 1A is not reasonable? This section of the M is my hell and getting all the golden? Yeah, I'm mainly doing 5B right now to tell myself it's a terrible idea. Doors always shut behind you when you enter these rooms. I wonder if there's a way to squish the Seekers. Not this one because it's behind a Seeker-proof flippy-flop, but... Okay, worth a try. How do I... Okay. I don't know if that's consistent, so I'd like to try it again. But they're not really giving me the opportunity, are they? Well, that wasn't really what I wanted to do. Ah! I didn't move left or right. Well, that works. No, these guys aren't secret. These guys aren't beholders. They're seekers. Beholders behold. These guys seek. I'm in a rough spot. Okay. Oh, I see. I forgot they break these. Ah. Wow, this room's nasty! See, unlike Mr. Oshiro, right? Jumping on these guys actually kind of screws you because then they just come up your ass. Yo, have you seen boys? Holy hell, is that Shannon? Mother. Stop it! No! I... Okay. After they hit a wall, they're kind of stunned for a second. Could be Shannon, could be a figment of your imagination. Pardon? I have no idea what I said. Probably something stupid. Hey, that room's easy. Right. I'm up your ass. Oh, I got you. It's the Temple Remix, featuring your boy, Mixmaster Theo. Nah, Theo, unfortunately, I suck at this. Think about the Hydrate Shannon. Hold on. You can totally squish him! Oh god, Theo! Okay. This isn't canon, is it? I hope not, bud. I hope not. I need my man. Okay. Okay, so far this isn't as bad as I remembered. And I am starting to think there's a decent chance it was a skill issue. So you're just immune. No, you're not. Only if they come from above. And even then, you have to time it well. Okay. Yeah. Cheers, Theo. I missed him. So... I mean, that doesn't feel like it was on me. I feel like he just got bored. Okay, there we go. And now... Yeah, this is where the issues start to come into play. It's hard. It's hard. I won't lie though. The Theo section doesn't seem as bad as I remember it being. This one is clearly impossible. Never mind, what is this? What? What the fuck? I mean, I did it. Do I think I can do that reliably? No, I don't. Let me try it one more time, because that was such a fluke I didn't even hit both springs. Actually, it seems easier not hitting both strings. Oh god, no, don't find it easy. I hate myself! Okay, is this hard? Sure. I don't know how to do that. Maybe I don't want him to get caught by the pocket. Yeah, okay. That's really not that bad. I don't have it this stream, no chance in hell. But I think I can do 5B. I'll give it a try. We'll give it like an hour. But the hardest part is actually the start. Not like this bit. Oh, you have to dash there, you can't just crash. Okay. I didn't realize that. I thought I was dashing out of insecurity. Okay, when I said not this bit, I did mean it, but this bit is, like... This is technically hard. All this stuff. It's something that's very, very easy to mess up, all these little dashes. Oh, I did struggle with a lot of these rooms, huh? And then I don't know where to go. I think I went right last time? Yes, because I remember this room was weird. Okay. I am not fucked. Okay. So you use this key. No, that unlocks that. That doesn't get you anything. And down is just the room from before. So that was weird. So now go this way. Yeah, and this is the room that you choose. Or do you? Honestly? That wasn't a terrible attempt. Like, for the fact that I've kind of just started it. Like, we only did one practice. Anyway, Shannon, it hasn't all been like this. This is like a new level. So I did not in fact use that key to get this key. This key is a separate entity. Okay. That makes more sense. Level of insanity? Oh, just like a new level of the game than the one I was doing before. So you need both keys, and then from here you go right. No. You go up. No. You go left and through here. Ah, you need that key for that. You also don't go that way. Oh, down here. That's a long-ass bubble. Giving puzzles more than you found a way than just platforming. Chapter 5 is very puzzly. Okay. Cycles. No, I don't know how to time that. Because you don't get a lot of control over anything to do with it. By the time it's on screen, you're already in bubble hell, so there's gotta be a better way to do it. I find that room weirdly hard. I can use this key to just go down here and do this stuff. Because I don't need to practice that stuff up there right away. I'm gonna die in that room. A bunch of times. I'm gonna miss one of those diagonals. I know I am. Okay, so you do the longest bubble and you end up in here. Then you completely just don't get a boost off of that platform for some reason. And you have to do it all again. I must have pressed the jump button too late. But... I would never question the late great Maddie Thorson. Apart from, you know, for her slippery ice. Or slippery air in, why did I get a... Madeline Celeste, why did you hype her? Girl, chill. Late? Yeah, she never shows up to things on time. I invite her to my birthday party every year and she never comes. Now, arguably, yes, that could be because I don't have a birthday party and it's just me really hoping that she'll come by. I don't know why I did that. If she just gets lost, that happens to me. I didn't describe her as dead. Hold on. I keep getting weird momentum in that room. Like, well, it's not weird momentum, I know exactly why it's happening, but my brain goes, new room, no momentum here. I can hold right. Everything will be fine. Okay. Weird momentum is what they called you in college? Why? Why would they do that? That's weird. Oh. I always like that the moles in Super Mario World, the big moles, they have weird momentum. And that's called momentum in the Kaizo community. And that makes me very happy. Let me tell you, that room makes you feel like a badass. Like, it might not be that hard, but that's a room that makes you feel like a god. Oh, you time it here. Oh, that's gross. Oh wait, no, you can do it here. If it's not a good time to go, you just stall. I thought that was decent. I think it would have been if I'd gone a little bit higher. That room may well just be a crapshoot for me. But I don't want it to be one. I might hop back into practice mode just to figure it out. Practice mode, also known as the game. Okay. I mean, we only have 6 strawberries remaining. And I'm assuming this is the easiest of those 6, so... Woofed. Ah, that wasn't really... Yeah. You're not gonna get any momentum off of it like that. You know, maybe success isn't for me. Other people can have success. You know, I'm content with just a bottle of vodka on the couch. On a cold winter's day. I mean, was the real success not the friends we made along the way? Makes you think, doesn't it? It's like autumn, fuck that, you're unhappy? I mean, hey, it's summer currently, right? So, I got a bit of time. I got a bit of time to find my happiness before winter. Brilliant. Okay, I want to practice that one run. The Seekers are going to be the big problem here, though. I mean, I think we all already know that, but, the Seekers are gnarly. I mean, we saw that some of those rooms with them were just kind of hopes and dreams, but the Theo section's not that bad. Which I was relieved to see. One freak that says winter's coming instead of doom or whatever, just a little smile on your face. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm glad you're happy. There's a mod for Spelunky 2 that allows you to replace your character with Madeline Celeste. And I considered doing that just to fuck with my head. What is happening? Right, there we go. That was weird. Nope, never mind. Ran out of grabby juice. That was strange. Okay. Right, EP, I fear? I mean, you did that to yourself by not eeping, you fool. Okay, so the question is, when do I want to go? I think I want to enter the bubble right as it hits top or bottom. And then, yeah, okay. Try it again. It's annoying because it's not super easy to retry this one. Bruh. To watch my favorite stream on twitch.tv/KennyLottie. I mean, I don't mean to sound selfish here, but I feel like that would mean him a lot more if you didn't come in the 5th hour. Like, I don't think that's why you're tired, Shannon. Okay. This one should be good. Right. So you want to go when it is either at the top or the bottom. I need the other key now. How do I get the other key? Right, I don't remember. This way? Yes, okay. Just completely disrespect that room. I've been here the whole time and I'm unexpectedly EP. I think it's the Mirror Temple. It has way calmer vibes. That's not. Than whatever 4B's called. The windy cloud place. That room's so easy. It looks hard, but okay, and then that's checkpoint 2, right? No. No, of course it's not. Okay, so you want to jump when they're... Okay, that just lines up. That's what I hope for. And that's really easy, and then we still have more. Damn. This is a terrible infomercial. Okay. That bit is easy at least. This bit not so much. Oh, maybe I should do it like that. But time it back. I don't know. I got through this just fine when I practiced it, but I don't really know what the best way to do it is. Yeah, see, that just worked out. I didn't earn that, so try it again. When in doubt, when it's at the top, right? Yeah, okay, that works. That's pretty much the only way you time things in Celeste. Go when it's at the top. Okay. And the ability to watch it all day, I'm still here? That is true. You can always catch up on my VODs chat. Okay, so that's the entirety of checkpoint 1 and 2 done. Okay. Thank you for linking the VODs chat. To be honest, people have been watching VODs lately. Not the new ones though, which is a little bit confusing, but you know, whatever makes them happy, right? Okay, that drop's not too terrible. Just look what's coming, and then you're in Secret Hell. Okay. So when it hits the what? Well, will that work? Yes. Okay. I want to try that room again though. Yeah, people watching VODs, people not been watching TikTokies. And then that. Okay, that room's not bad. Okay, Lottie, you jumped into the spike. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if people are familiar with the concept of problems that you absolutely fucking created yourself. That was an example of one right there. Yes, you can't jump straight up there because when you go down you will hit the spike. It's a bit jank. Okay, that was rude. So I need to jump off of this guy. And again... I don't think I struggled with this room in the previous practice attempt, but it's not free. Worth a go. You can't stall too much because you only have so much grabby juice. Oh, this room! Yeah, this is the problem. No joke, this room is single-handedly probably the hardest one. Never mind, it's really easy. Okay. That room's also really easy. And then you're at Theo. So nothing in the third checkpoint was that bad. So long as you respect the seekers. Oh, I got Theo over. I want to try something. I'm sure you can squish that, man. That Seeker's gotta go. Think of the Hydrate Mind Slaver. If he didn't want to be squished, then why be squishable? Think of the stretch. I didn't realize it was an ad break. It's hard to squish him. I'm convinced it's doable though. Hi! If I throw Theo out first? Nah. I am convinced it's possible, but I don't know if I can do it. Okay, go over the Seeker. Okay, I want to try that room again. Eat me. That's really hard to not squish that now. Or... you know what I mean. Hi, bud, do you mind? Yeah, go over, go over. Okay, that's fine then. That was a really weird situation, but I didn't die, so whatever. If anything, that room feels easier than 5A. No, you have to do a horizontal dash. You can't do a diagonal one. You just have to trust you'll make it to him. Yeah, that room's fine. I want to try it again. But this room is absolutely fine. Because there's no Seekers here, so... Ooh, I threw him too early. That's interesting. Ooh, I threw him too late. Right, throw him gently on that. You don't need to be in a hurry. Yeah. Okay. Ah, the bullshit room. Okay. Close. Tie him up. Throw him. Ah, I didn't grab him. Okay. No. I didn't mean to grab him that time. It requires a level of hand-eye coordination I appear to be unable to combine, but this room's not that bad. Theo, I don't know why I'm blaming you. Right, there we go. Again. Okay. Throw him there. Dash, dash, grab him, throw him. Ah, don't hit the spike. Yeah, one more time. I want this to be muscle memory. That room's so fun! What a stupid way to die. Madeline. Theo will be fine, okay? Could you focus on grabbing the wall? Okay. Right. This room is not solved. It's really easy to throw him too far. Okay, one more time. Maybe it is solved. I don't know that section's that bad. I'm actually going to practice this one a little bit differently. I'm going to try and only practice the final checkpoint until I can get it deathless. Besides, it means we get to hang out with Mixmaster Theo a little bit longer. I really want to squish him. I really want to squish that Seeker. It's like an unnatural desire. Oh, that was interesting. So apparently if you're just holding Theo, you don't need to stomp into switches. Yeah, I didn't know that. Huh. I have lost my man. I don't know. So what happened there is I bounced off the Seeker's explosion thing and into the other Seeker. It was entirely my fault, and I don't intend to imply otherwise. Okay, apparently I now suck at this section. After saying it was no problem, there was nothing here to worry about, I apparently can no longer do it. You have to stand on the top. Chuck him from there. Yeah. Okay. It's tricky. Okay. It occurs to me I can just drop him off. I don't need to do that in one fancy big maneuver. And then we're in this room. I missed an orb, and, sorry. A rhombus of zoomies. I missed a rhombus of zoomies. And it still almost worked out for me. Okay. Okay. Again. Because I didn't manage it deathless. Which is, you know, not great when that's what you're trying to do. Okay, you just need to get him in there. He'll slide over. I always worried what happened if you got him stuck. Turns out he just covers for you. He's kind of a bro like that. I was too low. Okay. Impossible room? And then the heart room. Okay. Again. I hate this. I can feel myself deteriorating because I'm starting to enjoy Theo's tech. Chat, what if Zevon was right? What if Theo was fun? Okay. That was kind of a complete and total screw up, but whatever. You only have to get it right once. And it's more important to be able to recover from a screw up than to not screw up at all. Damn, I overthought that. Bruh. Or with Theo being fun, I bring even Theo being fun at parties. No, no, I mean fun to use. Only one death that time. Back in. God, I love you, Mixmaster Theo. Still have yet to squish this guy. Okay. I think that's, like, the start of the chapter, so... Yeah. So honestly, if I die in this room, it doesn't technically matter. But, like, it's still not desirable, so... I don't know. That was a weird struggle. Went to the house party and to the trapped in crystal trick to the delight of everyone. Zevin is there, smiling up a storm. Just do that in two motions, honestly. Ah, oh, damn. Okay. One death. I can't get it consistent. Everything here is so mildly tricky. To the point where I always mess up at least once. In at least one room. Wow, I cannot hit that switch. Ah, my man! I need him! Theo? Theo? I can't really go in there, Theo! Okay, he made it, he made it. He took his sweet time about it, though. Damn! Where should I throw him? Maybe I should try figuring that out rather than trying to grab him. I don't need to grab him. Okay, maybe I need to grab him. Because if I throw him too late, he doesn't hit the switch. Okay, throw him at the peak of your jump. I want to try that again. Is that consistent? Yeah, okay. I totally forgot to let go of him. Oh, no, never mind. It's not me. Thought it was me. Wasn't me. Gotta dash forward. Okay, possible room. Possible room is really easy if you do it that way. Which means that's definitely not how you're meant to do it. Okay, one more time. I will get this last section to endless. I love you, Mixmaster Theo. See, by practicing the final section a lot, I'm alleviating future struggles. Brother. That felt disrespectful. Oh, Theo. Hit the switch! My god, even the Seeker can hit it now. Right, there we go. That's the maneuver I was trying to get. Okay, so it's not consistent? Confuzzled. Don't know why I did that again. Okay. Seems consistent. Maybe it depends on where I jump at. Sorry, Theo. Every death, though, is a story. Or something. Jump over it. Right. Throw it, go up, hit that. Chuck Theo, do an up left. Get killed by that guy for the first time ever. Okay. So don't do that room quickly? Oh no, that's quite tight actually. That's probably not really recommended. Let me tell you, I do feel a little bit like a god gamer, pulling off some of those tricks. Particularly the impossible room. The impossible room feels super good to do. Yo. Okay, whatever. This movement just looks scarily casual and effortless, right? Oh! Like, in particular this room, even though I'm kind of struggling with it just now, if you showed me this gameplay yesterday, I would have been like, I can't do that. That was almost the Deathless. I'm gonna get Deathless checkpoint 4, and then we'll raid out. I know that seems a little bit like a weird way to do it, like perfecting a section and then piecing out for a week, but I don't know. This is in many ways its own accomplishment. Now remember, I said I remembered the Seeker section and the Theo section in this level being a nightmare. This is like proof of my growth right here. Deathless then Golden then Raid. Might skip one of those steps. Oh. I won't lie, that is annoying. If Theo's on the edge of a platform, I'll show it here. Whoops. And when Madeline climbs up, she automatically grabs him. And if he's off the edge like this, then you do that. So that sucks. God, that feels so good. One more, Theo. One more. I'm putting my poor boy through so much. I love you, Mixmaster Theo. That was unfortunate. I did it! I squished him! I was so sure it was possible. Mr. J. Ducky, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, if the game wanted to count that as me hitting the switch, who am I to complain, right? So, I think when I did this level before, I didn't know you could jump off of walls by just hitting the jump button when you're against them. Because I recall that I was throwing Theo, grabbing the wall, jumping off of it, grabbing him, throwing him to get up those, and that's why I remember this being such a nightmare. So basically I made this way harder than it needed to be. God knows how I did this room. And that, right there, was a deathless checkpoint 4. I can do it. So, since I've already done 1 and 2 in the golden, what we'll do next week is we'll practice checkpoint 3 and 4 over and over and over and over and over again until I can get them deathless. When I say, like, I mean like both of them combined, because that way I should just need to power through the first couple checkpoints and then I should have these down. Like, I'm pretty consistent at checkpoint 4 now. I might slip up, but hopefully I won't. I am super content with that progress. I believe 5B to be very possible in the next Celeste stream. Which is something I did not think I'd say. Consider 2 Goldens. 6B, Chapter 6 wasn't... No, it has the boss fight. I was like, Kevin's, they're not terrible. And then I remembered the boss fight at the end. No, 6B is a nightmare. 6, 7, and 8B are pretty well known as being nightmares. But hey, if I get 5B next time, I will continue to have managed to somehow get 1 golden in every stream. At least. So, that's cool. Also, I somehow am at the point where I only have 6 strawberries left in Celeste. Oh my god, how did I get here? It all happened so naturally. 3 goldens tonight, you say? Yes, clearly I'm capable of grinding out 6B, 7B, and 8B in one stream. Yeah. Okay, let me end the VOD. God, I look like a weirdo today, don't I?